Good morning. Welcome to our feature group coverage from the final round of the BMW PGA Championship. And after a sombre Saturday where the DP World Tour paid its respects and commemorated the life of Queen Elizabeth II, we're set for an exciting third and final round. A lot of DP World Tour points up for grabs. Been a 90-minute delay this morning because of foggy conditions, with the cut coming yesterday at 4 under par. I'm Richard Kaufman. We'll be hearing on the course from Jamie Spence and Incy Mehmet. Alongside me in the commentary box are Mark Rowe and Sam Torrance as we look at this set out, Sam, which is pretty much your back garden.
Almost exactly that. Not far. The traffic wasn't bad this morning. Managed to walk in unaided. It's nice to get it going. I mean, it's not it's perfect conditions now. The fog's gone. There's no wind. I think it's still preferred lies.
Yes, indeed it is. And this layout, I mean, we're celebrating the centenary this year at the Wentworth Club, and it stood the test of time, hasn't it?
There's been subtle changes over the years, but it's almost perfect now. Some great holes. The holes that were a little bit dodgy, should we say, are not perfect, have been changed, and it's all in line. And
well, as you can see, 12.
Welcome us.
Yeah, 12 under par, Sam, leading the way. A couple of Scandinavians on top in terms of Søren Kjeldsen, who's almost twice the age of Victor Hovland. I don't know if Søren wants me to mention that, Mark, but it's so congested. I think I worked out our feature group covers players at 6 under par. There's 48 players within 6 shots of the lead going into this final round.
It's incredibly bunched, and you know, so much can happen on this golf course. We saw a 62 yesterday from Woo Lee, and you know, any player can get it going. And the back nine, of course, par 37 with the par 5s, eagle opportunities are plenty, so you can get a big change in the scoring, and you can get 2-shot swings, even 3-shot swings. So the drama is always right to the very end.
Yeah, 12 under par leading, Sam. We're seeing players out there having good rounds, you know, 5 under for their round, 4 under, etc. Scoring is looking like it's pretty similar to what we saw the first 2 days. So what sort of target do you expect? 12 under pars leading now. Where would you really need to get to if you're going to lift the trophy later on this evening?
18. I think 66 from one of the 2 leaders, 65 from one of the guys a shot behind is a realistic score to attain out there. So 18 under for me would be a lovely target to set.
Callum Shinkwin's just eagled the 12 to get him under par for the round. He's out in the first 2-ball out. So they are out in 2 balls. 90-minute delay because of fog this morning on the Surrey-Berkshire border. And that's why these players maybe not through as many holes as you might expect, and why we've joined you a little later than was maybe advertised, but a lot to look forward to over the next few hours and beyond. 72 players made the cut, which fell at 4 under par. Well, let's head out to the first fair until our featured groups go out, and we're going to be watching the 2020 champion Tyrrell Hatton out with Joost Luiten, and last year's US Open champion Jon Rahm with Woo Lee. We're really looking forward to that. But in the meantime, before they head out in the next half an hour or so, we can catch up with the players that are making their way down the first. And this is game number 12. Adam Scott and Connor Syme. Scott, who's getting ready for the President's Cup in a couple of weeks' time, and Connor Syme, who's making his debut at this BMW PGA Championship. So 2 players with different experiences, Sam, but no doubt going out at 5 under par with a chance to make plenty of points and money this week. Maybe a little too far back in terms of winning?
Probably. They'd need to shoot 9 under or something ridiculous to get up there, but that's possible. We saw 62 in Woo Lee.
Interestingly, 3 times at this event, we've had players starting the final round 7 shots back and have gone on and won. But I think there's so many players that are between them and the top of the leaderboard, it seems a little unlikely this time around.
Yeah, it's heavily bunched. You see, I think Connor Syme's found a bit of trouble at the first. But nice, we've got Adam Scott to keep us amused, and Connor Syme.
Not a bad swing to look at, Adam Scott's, Mark.
Yeah, beautiful golf swing. Hasn't changed an awful lot over the years. Unfortunately for Scott, he's gone just over the brow of the hill there, and it cambers to the right, and he's just fallen into the thicker cut, so all depends on the lie.
Shout to go, might not get full connection there. No, he's done well. Excellent shot.
Adam Scott, who's seeking a first top 10 in his 7th appearance at this event. Playing with Connor Syme, who started this week 22nd on the DP World Tour rankings. That gives you an idea of the season he has had. He's in there somewhere.
Yes, he's bailed it out down the right side, and it looks like he's probably caught the spectator walkway and run a little further down there. He's over 300 yards off the tee.
Well, I'm sure you're very familiar with this Wentworth layout. 38th year in a row that this BMW PGA Championship has come here. Host for many years as well for the World Match Play.
So you got a lot of applause there, Connor Syme. He must have extricated himself from a very bad place in the trees. He's got it back on the fairway, so basically playing 3, or definitely playing 3.
He had a nice little walk around the course on Tuesday afternoon, and Connor was out there with his dad, Stuart, who pops over. He says like kind of one tournament every 4 weeks he helps Connor in terms of coaching his son. And kind of Sam, the new breed of Scots, he's best buddies with Ewan Ferguson. He's had a couple of wins. Connor's had a couple of runner-up finishes.
Yeah, there's a great young bunch of Scots players coming out. It's about time, but it's great that they're here and they're good, especially Ferguson. I mean, obviously got Bobby McIntyre, who's brilliant as well. But Ferguson just seems to have all the attributes. I know he's missed a cut this week, but lost out in the playoff last week. He's very good.
Yes, a rich time now, isn't it, for Scottish youngsters? David Law, Callum Hill. Syme will win very soon, I think, Sam.
Yes, he has the game too. They want to try and make 5 at worst here.
Well, I mentioned we're on the Surrey-Berkshire border, just on the outskirts of London. And that's our destination this week on the DP World Tour with Velocity Global. Virginia Water, the location. A very familiar setting and I suppose cosmopolitan and a very familiar capital city of England. Obviously, it's been a somber time, I think it's fair to say, in the capital this week. A lot of people flocking to Buckingham Palace, including some of the players as well, who have gone to mark their respects too. There's the Shard, the Gherkin. One of the most visited cities in the world, a population of over 9 million. It's a very busy place, particularly in the centre there. Big financial centre around that part too. So we're heading down to the first tee. Game number 13 about to start with the French rookie Julian Brun and Jack Senior. Julian Brun, who was highly lauded young player, took him a little while to turn pro.
This is game number 13. On the tee from France, Julian Brun.
Rounds of 69 so far, both days, leaves him at 6 under par. And what do they face here, Mark, at this first hole?
Well, it would be nice just to leave it absolutely on the top of the hill there, and then you haven't got an awkward start to an awkward line. Not always possible to do that. The rough, because we've had these damp conditions, is really quite lush and thick. Growing conditions weren't great running into the championship, but it's thickening up as the week goes on. So find the fairway's the key. And that one certainly hasn't found the fairway.
On the tee from England, Jack Senior.
It's a Rolex Series event. A lot of DP World Tour rankings up for grabs. He's 127th on the standings. He's had 3 really good weeks, 3 top 20s in a row, Jack Senior, just making a run of form at the right time.
Yeah, they all want the card for next year. Of course, Ryder Cup points start this week as well. I don't think it's driver off the first. I really don't. I think it's 3 wood, as Mark says, to the top of the hill. They're only going to have a 5 iron, 6 iron in from the top of the hill off a flat lie with curved lines. And it's almost impossible to keep it on the fairway if you go over the hill. That's the perfect spot right there. And that was driver.
Well, these players were supposed to be teeing off at 10 past 9, so it's an hour and a half later than advertised. Foggy conditions have now cleared, thank goodness, at Wentworth. You look at that leaderboard there, you know, you've got Kjelsen and Hovland leading, and then you got McIlroy, Molinari. There's a few major champions amongst those lurking.
Not seen much of Cabrera-Bello either. He's a fantastic golfer. Watch Connor Syme for his par at the first. Good effort. But Cabrera-Bello's a great player too. There's an awful lot of talent up there at the top.
I will end up drinking, but I don't need.
Who do you fancy, Mark?
I've got to say, Hovland's been super impressive. I think only the 1 bogey over the first 36 holes, and I really think he's on top form. He would be my selection.
Just saw a few players out on the range, limbering up. We'll see them in a moment. But this is Adam Scott for birdie.
With the long putter just held away from the sternum, he sort of ebbed and flowed between going back to the short putter and the long one. It's always been a little bit the nemesis of his game, Scott, the putting.
Seems very settled with this one. Basically, the long putter is one-handed putting. You develop problems with 2 hands trying to work as one, and if you pop with the long putter, you just pop with your right hand, you hold on to it with your left, but you make the stroke with your right hand, and it's a lot easier to control 1 hand than it is 2.
Who's Luiten there? Who's going to be in our first feature group alongside Tyrrell Hatton, limbering up.
Is he trying the Matt Fitzpatrick business here? The chipping left and below right.
Certainly not a bad idea for Luiten, who's had awful problems with his short game over the last few seasons, and just anything to give him a slightly different feel will help him.
Sorry, Mark, I was going to say, interesting to see if, I mean, he's practicing it there, but whether he actually takes that out onto the course.
You have to find out if you can do it first, don't you, Mark?
Well, it started off as a drill for Matt Fitzpatrick as well. That was just to get a feeling of retaining the angle of the left wrist through the hit, and obviously good for him.
Here's a look at the tee shots down the first from the latest group that have headed out. Julian Brun of France and Jack Senior of England. Brun was down there with people getting their breakfasts at the moment still. Sellout crowd again, 25,000 people heading Wentworth way.
Been great crowds all week, as it always is here. And he's round the corner to the right there on the mud, but I think he's got a good lie. He'll be able to get connection on the ball and just have to draw it round. If it's in the rough, it's a much harder shot. But as you can see, he's lying pretty good. 195 yards from there, so 189. It's a reasonable guess.
Yeah. Well, almost spot on, Sam. Very impressed. I know you know this course so well, so I'm not that surprised.
Every inch, every millimetre.
In some places you don't want to be.
He's talked about as a very good ball striker, Julian Brun, so gonna have to shape this a little bit. But he's got a good lie.
It might be an unknown name, but he's a player that's just starting to fulfill his talent, maybe a little later than some expected. Couple of wins last season on the Challenge Tour has got him onto the DP World Tour for the very first time.
His name's pronounced very much like a Scottish Brun.
And I think it's the same meaning.
The Bruns. And Ur Willie. Good magazine.
Would you say his trousers are Brun?
No, they're kind of khaki. Always like to get the pronunciation correct. So much easier when his name's Brun.
No, the ball was moving nicely right to left. Okay, it's a good miss over on that side. Plenty of green to work with.
And that's important, Mark, isn't it? Especially in the opening hole, you don't want to short side yourself. You're in trouble. Get it back into play as near as possible to the green without doing anything daft.
Good tee shot down the left side from Jack Senior, just about the perfect start. Level stance. 177 to go. 19 yards on the flag. Yes, beautiful. Great start from Jack Senior. Important day for him. As we were saying, 127th in the DP World Rankings, and this is a huge prize fund this week, so he can lock up that playing privilege for next season.
Top 10, I think would do it, wouldn't it, Mark? I think that's what he kind of needs. There's a fair amount of events to go before the end of the season, but you really want that locked up before you start putting too much pressure on yourself for the last 4 or 5 events to go.
Jon Rahm, part of our second featured group that we'll be covering, our group pairing I suppose it is today in this final round, playing with Woo Lee. We watched Sam quite a bit of Jon Rahm the last couple of days. We know what a talent he is, and he can catch fire so easily, but just not, I mean, it hasn't been bad golf from him, just not quite at his top level.
No, he was not good at all yesterday. And he was astonished by it. What is going on today? He said a couple of times.
But then on the back nine, he started to play nicely, and he had a lot of putts, didn't he, that grazed the edge.
So I think it was 7 out of 8 greens in the trot. He hit the edge of the hole and didn't go in. So maybe we could see some great stuff from him. He obviously played better there. He's so impressive. It's such a shock to see him not at his best.
Going to be a fascinating group to watch, isn't it, as well, alongside Woo Lee, you know. I have a feeling Woo Lee, as slight as he is compared to Rahm, may have the edge off the tee. That's going to be fascinating to see.
There won't be much between them. Woo had a fantastic round yesterday. 76-62 his rounds, whereas it's been a little bit more consistent on the scorecard so far from Jon Rahm.
He does everything so effortlessly. Jon Rahm, he can fade it, draw it just at will without actually looking to change anything, especially with the driver. Just a wonderful swing. So simple.
He'll be thinking he can win it still, won't he? 6 under, 6 back.
He'll certainly be thinking of setting the target. I'm not sure he knows he's capable of shooting 62.
Well, Woo Lee certainly does, doesn't he, after doing yesterday? Called it his best round ever.
This is game number 14. On the tee from Poland, Adrian Mera.
The first ever Polish winner on the DP World Tour, thanks to his memorable victory, as you can see at that Horizon Irish Open.
Yeah, what a great season. And he's up to 56th in the world ranking, so he's just outside the magic top 50 in the world. But he's getting better and better, and now obviously has the confidence of a winner.
I don't know if you know him personally, Mark, but he's such a sweetheart, such a nice boy. I was fortunate enough to play with him in Poland in an exhibition match. Very impressive. He asked if I could help him with his putting. I said, do you see what I'm putting with?
Well, that's in Jack Senior country.
Richie Ramsay on the tee. What a memorable win it was for him at the Kazoo Classic. The emotions, the raw emotions when he held that winning putt. Fantastic. One of the moments of the DP World Tour season so far.
And Hatton Lee when he won against Thomas Pieters, I think it was, in Germany.
Yeah.
That was quite a celebration as well. It's wonderful what it means to them. A really competent golfer, Ramsay. Hits the ball really well. Maybe lacking in a little bit of self-belief. It's just right on the downslope on the right there.
Well, we saw the second shot of Julian Brun out to the right, chip to here, so this for the par, and it really is the chip to blame in all honesty, because he had no great difficulty, a very straightforward chip. So it is a drop shot for the Frenchman on the first.
2020 champion Tyrrell Hatton on the range as well. These players heading out shortly in our feature pairing coverage.
Well, this one up the hill for Jack Senior after that superb second shot, so a chance to open with a birdie.
It's amazing. It looks like it has to turn right to left, that putt, and it broke right left to right, almost like it's breaking up the hill. There's so many greens out here at Wentworth like that, so many subtle little breaks that you don't see.
See him taking a second look there, Sam. He couldn't believe it, could he? And I have to say, if I was going to call that, I would have called it right to left as well.
There was one, always used to be on the front left at 16. It putt has to break left to right, and it breaks right to left, and yet it's just extraordinary. You have to remember them all.
Jon Rahm, 7 wins on the DP World Tour, that matched by that figure in terms of a PGA Tour win, but you can see 4 Rolex Series wins. In fact, in our featured pairings today, we've got 2 players with the most Rolex Series wins, because Tyrrell Hatton also has 4. No one's got to 5 yet. It's been a sort of quiet year for Tyrrell Hatton. You know, he started 2021 so well with that win in Abu Dhabi, his 6th DP World Tour title. He's slipped from inside the top 10 now to just inside the top 30. But this is an event he knows so well. You can see he was born in High Wycombe, which is around half an hour from here, depending on the traffic.
It was a childhood dream, wasn't it, to play in the championship, let alone win it. Used to come here and watch the legends like Syme,
Mark Rowe.
Steady, Roy, steady. I was just watching them there, far down. The grip he is on this shot. Very interesting in your practice. No, I'm not going to see it. That's Woo Lee coming on.
And as Mark suggested, you look at his frame, you know, skinny guy, but he packs a punch.
I think pound for pound, he must be one of the longest in the game. I always think of Justin Thomas in the same sort of mould as Woo Lee, and I think he's a lot of fun to watch. I rate him very highly, Sam Woo Lee.
Oh, absolutely. Who wouldn't? If you watch him play, we're going to see him all day today. You'll get to see how good he is. The boy can really play, and he's not the best in his family.
His sister Minji, twice a major champion.
You see the distance between Richie Ramsay and Meronk. Meronk up there on the right-hand side of your screen, and he's got a perfect lie. But not so for Richie Ramsay on the downslope. Can't see the ball, can't actually see his shoes at the moment, so it's pretty thick there.
Yeah, this doesn't look good. Just getting up to front right, just so, you know, I thought I could pull the wood out there. It's a long iron, much harder to get a long iron out of there. But actually, you can just about see the top of the white of the ball there. There's a little bit of white there. The key is trying to get the club head onto the ball with as little amount of grass between the ball and club head as possible. So you've got to come in a little bit steeper, meaning when you get to the top of the swing, bring it more down on top of the ball, back in your feet. Try and squeeze it out. I always think it's really important not to be too aggressive and do something silly and compound your mistake. Get this back 20-30 yards short of the green, simple chip, easy 4, and I tell you, it's a lot better making 4 like that and hitting it at 10 feet and missing it. I'll use the wood out now.
He's not listening to you, Sam, is he? Mind you, having said that, sometimes you can get very steep on a little hybrid, and that's what he's hoping to do. You see again, long way down the grip. And this is going to be a chop punch, isn't it?
Chop slice punch, yep. A wee bit of lemon, bit of gin. We're going to have a lovely morning. So he'll take it outside on the way back. Outside means outside the natural takeaway, so he can come in steeper. Exactly how Mark described it. He's done extremely well. Simple chip from there. Put himself in a position where he can definitely make par quite easily. Very good shot.
Yes, good thinking from Ramsay there. Totally different proposition now from Meronk. He can take dead aim, and he's a superb iron player. And from 175, well, that's a 7 iron for him up the hill.
We were talking about this morning, 195 yards being a 7 iron. It's another world to us, Roy. That's a great shot from Meronk.
Well, these players starting a little bit off the pace. This the final round. We've had a fog delay. The leader's out at 12 under par. In Adrian Meronk, he's set the yardstick for Poland. We've talked about, you know, he's the first Pole now to have played the Open Championship, the first to win on the DP World Tour. Ryder Cup qualification starts this week. Could he become the first Pole to play in the Ryder Cup?
Well, I think the form he's shown this year would suggest he is good enough. There's no doubt about that. Obviously, there's an awful lot of pressure when it gets closer to the Ryder Cup to actually make it into the team. But more importantly, can you imagine how many youngsters he's going to inspire with the way he's playing, to take up the game, to pursue a career in golf? That's the great thing when you get a hero from your own country.
Like this man with Seve. Woo Lee, Adam Scott. I'm sure he grew up watching the wonderful swing of Adam Scott. Tyrrell Hatton, probably Nick Faldo. He grew up watching, dreaming of being. He's got a unique swing. Tyrrell, it works very well. It comes up under it on the way through very quickly. He used to talk up the long right arm through the ball for extension. He does exactly the opposite. So we should just listen in here. Might tell us something we don't know.
Or maybe something we shouldn't hear.
Exactly.
Well, the next game getting ready to get underway. Game number 15, Maverick Antcliff and Johannes Veerman.
This is game number 15. On the tee from the USA, Johannes Veerman.
What a wonderful prospect, Veerman. What a beautiful player.
Starts at 6 under par, Johannes Veerman. 6 behind the leaders.
Elegant golf swing, Veerman, and perfect.
On the tee from Australia, Maverick Antcliff.
Australian who's been struggling on the DP World Tour, struggling to make cuts. But he's made one here, and what a good week to make the final round for Maverick Antcliff, given the amount of ranking points that are on offer.
Looking like he's lost it slightly right. He's 200th in the DP World Tour ranking, so it has to be a very low day today. But everybody has that dream when they tee off. If you're there, you have a chance.
So we saw Ramsay second. Just a little chip and run, probably an 8 or 9 iron. No wrist break, just nudge it forward, just pick out the line. Very well played, good distance, leave himself a nice 4-footer up the green for a par. It'll be interesting to see, Mark, where Veerman's drive finished, because we saw it was still moving, wasn't it? See if it could cling on to the fairway.
Yeah, you hope that the speed it was going, it just runs into the first cut and not the thicker second cut. Up on the range, Joost Luiten just finishing off his preparations.
Yeah, his traditional Sunday colours in Dutch orange. Now Maronk for a birdie at the first. We've seen this putt already from Jack Senior.
Well, will he read it right? Uphill, left to right.
He did. Started at left anyway, Mark. You're right, that's a good read, because it doesn't look it, does it?
Always a good start. Par at the first is, you'll never lose any ground to the field making pars at the first. In fact, the first 3 holes, Sam, I always think if you get for the first 3 holes with pars, that's a nice start.
You're off to a crack, and it's even more important for these guys going out 6 behind to try. I mean, obviously they can try and make birdies, but you can start 3-3-3, get it 2 under after 3, and if you just quickly have a wee think to yourself, the leaders might drop 2. You've picked up 4 shots. Whereas conversely, you don't want to be dropping shots.
Yeah, another Scot has made a decent start. You mentioned Robert McIntyre earlier. He's picked up 3 birdies the first 8 holes, so he's got to 7 under par. Ramsay for what would be a very good par, given his tee shot.
Inside right and firm, should get it done. And he did neither.
Muttering away to himself. Really hurts him at a good chip. You think you're going to escape with your par, not to be.
So back on the range, Rahm moving through the gears. He's clipped a few 3/4 sand wedges away. Although pretty much everything looks 3/4 sand, doesn't it? It's the most amazing short backswing, lazy rhythm for the power he creates.
And the power.
Look at the rankings there. He's set because he didn't play the DP World Tour Championship last year. He has said he will play it this year as long as he qualifies. He's not playing in Italy next week. He's just become a new dad for the 2nd time. He'd like to put the Italian Open on his schedule next year. It's going to be earlier in the season at Marco Simone. So, I mean, if he is going to make it to Dubai, I think today's a significant day for that.
Yes, it was amazing. He didn't play last year, he had a chance of winning it, but
yeah, I think he said he felt exhausted. I think we saw that. Didn't he miss the cut at Valderrama?
really tired, yeah. Get the weekend off.
Yeah, he doesn't miss too many cuts though, does he?
No. So we see Veerman's ball right slap bang in the middle of the fairway, Mark. You were dead right, it was perfect. But we'll come to him in a minute. This is Maverick. Cliff, second. Similar line to it. Looks a bit like Ramsay's in front of him. He's done much better. Got on the front of the green.
I have to say, as we look back from the green there, I can see Veerman walking over to the right semi, and I think you were right, Sam. I think the ball has peeled off down there and into the semi.
Oh, you're
yes,
right,
look.
it has. I saw him standing in the left half. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Just can't keep it on the fairway.
It's amazing how well you know that tee shot, Sam, because I was sure it was going to stop on the top there, and he's, well, look, he's gone into the thick stuff as well.
That's why it's not driver.
Well, the only good thing, it was 323 yards, the tee shot, and he's managed to scramble it up there on the front edge. So from that thick stuff, that's also a good result.
But sorry, Richard, but from the top of the hill, if he'd laid up to where you and I both think's the right play, that would have been the worst shot he'd have hit where he's finished it.
Well, these are the players that'll be heading out in a few hours from now. The tee times have been delayed by 90 minutes because of the foggy conditions that engulfed this region earlier this morning. And it's very congested. All of these players are within touching distance of the leaders. Some good rounds being put together. Will Bessling, we're seeing a Dutchman in our feature group, but there's another who's going along nicely, up to 8 under par now. Look at the names there at -8. Eddie Pepperell's been in good form. Rasmus Højgaard, first week of Ryder Cup qualification, he's been mentioned there. That is defending champion Billy Horschel. Scott Hend, who said at the start of the week he's feeling fit for the first time in months, had a cortisone injection on his back. Able to touch his toes now when he couldn't do up his shoelaces a few weeks ago. Thomas Pieters having a much better 2022, up to 6 under par. So plenty of good scoring. And there's the players that we'll be keeping a very close eye on in our featured pairings when they go out in half an hour or so. Confirmation of that bogey at the first from Richie Ramsay. I wonder whether he took a little bit of time on the range yesterday afternoon, Sam, as well, given the way he was playing. It was a good 69, because it could have been one of those rounds where, especially early on in the round, it could have slipped away very easily. He missed the cut, which came at 4 under par. There he is on the rankings at 16th.
Yes, he wasn't flowing yesterday. You don't really want him to get out here with a lot of swing thoughts. He should be coming with a clear mind, just play golf. That's the key. But we're always searching for something just that little bit better. He's checking up his lines up there with the pole, get his feet square to the target.
Yeah, it's the driver that has let him down a little bit this year. If you look at his stats on the PGA Tour, 123rd in strokes gained driving. And I think we saw a little bit of that yesterday when he was predominantly missing left, but had the odd right miss as well.
$174th DP World Tour event for Tyrrell Hatton this week, and he's amassed a cool 17 million euros, Sam. It's nice work, isn't it?
That's not bad, that's not bad.
Number 16 on the tee from Mexico, Abraham Ancer.
174 events.
The Mexican who has won the Australian Open, won the FedEx St. Jude Classic last year on the PGA Tour. He's had a couple of decent majors this year as well.
Great golf swing and a splendid ball striker.
From the tee, from Scotland, Scott Jamieson.
It's a really elegant golf swing that Scott Jamieson has. And he's been lurking around on the leaderboards quite a lot as of late.
Yeah, played very well in Switzerland, finished tied 4th at the Omega European Masters in Cron.
Nice. Crowd love it. He was quick to pick the tee peg up, so he loves it as well. Oh, but he's down there over the hill and into the thick stuff. I don't say it in a negative way, Sam, but I think Scott Jamieson should have done better. He should have more wins with the golf game he has.
Yeah, you could say that. We all know how tough it is to win out there. And just sometimes doesn't quite come off as it was. Antcliff on the first long birdie putt.
Yeah, I'll take your point, Mark. I mean, his only win was in South Africa, the Nelson Mandela Championship, which I think I'm right in saying was only a 36-hole event because of terrible weather. I think that's the week where they pushed all the tees forward, and it was a par 58 for the final day.
A win's a win.
Oh, yeah. He's a DP World Tour winner.
He certainly is. There's not that many around that can say that. And just watch this, just unadulterated power. Such beautiful rhythm, balance. Just can't see a bad shot coming, Roy, can you?
No, and I think you touched on it, Sam, earlier. The amazing thing with him is, with almost no change in stance or swing, in all honesty, he can shape it left to right, right to left, low, high. For me, he's the consummate ball striker. I rate him really, really highly, amongst the best ball strikers I've seen.
Absolutely. It reminds me a little bit like Trevino. It's not the same swing as Trevino's, but it's similar. Great legs. My father always said the game was from the ground up. It took me about 30 years to work out what he meant. Power comes from down there, doesn't it? Yeah,
and also the posture. You know, you can never get away from the fact that it's a game of balance, and posture is so important. And when a lot of the amateurs listening here, just take a look at how well they stand. Just a little flex underneath, Sam. They don't sit the backsides down too far. They don't block motion. They don't block movement. And I think that's a great lesson at home, how naturally and comfortably the top players stand.
And Sam, sorry to interrupt, the short swing. You know the story, you know, the club foot that he was born with, and, you know, it was a swing built to
accommodate his...
basically his mobility, yes, or lack
exactly. of it. It's the balance at the end of the swing, I think, is incredible for great players. You watch them, like when he's finished there, he's not happy with these shots, by the way. He's not happy with these at all. I'm not going where he wants them to go. Watch how quickly he's hitting them now. Just get one right and that'll do. That was the one. That's the one. Might change club now. No. Keep punishing yourself.
Jon Rahm on the range. Just the 4th Spanish major champion, just the 2nd to go to world #1. He's going to be part of our feature group coverage. Not long now. A reminder, we had a lot of fog this morning. Players did start, but then their play was halted around 7:15 this morning, and it was about a 90-minute delay, so that's why the tee times have been pushed back.
Well, Abraham Ancer right in the middle of the first fairway, went with the 3-wood off the tee, which we think is the correct play, onto the flat, gets a lovely view of the target from up there. Jamieson took the driver. He's gone over the hill and into the semi-rough. Slightly hanging lie this, Sam, is it just a little bit below you, the ball position. Placing this week, so within a scorecard length.
And they say if the ball's below your feet, you'll hit it left to right, and the ball's above your feet, you hit it right to left. A bit like mud on the ball. Always remember, whatever side the ball has mud on it, if the mud's on the right, it should go left. If the mud's on the left, it should go right. Opposites. Another thing my father always used to say, golf's a game of opposites. Still haven't worked that one out yet, but I'll keep working on it.
So it looked like he was lined up on the TV tower in the centre of the green, so maybe trying to move it slightly right to left. And how about this? Oh, so close to an eagle too. I said it was a good ball striker, Sam.
Seems you were right, Mark.
I think it's fair to say that'll be the third birdie of the day at the first.
That woke the crowds up, didn't it, behind the green?
Just inside of that'll do, Scott.
Yeah, try and not push it like he did. Just 162. Depending on the lie, just an 8 or 9 iron up the hill. Lovely swing, it was a good lie. Oh, it's way short.
Look at the ball there of Ancer behind the flag. You can't believe it's missed.
Well, nice to see the sun peeping through now. A little bit of shadows appearing on the driving range. Just behind the putting green at Wentworth, the headquarters for the DP World Tour and the long-time host of this BMW PGA Championship. Hatton missed the cut last year in the defence of the title he won in October 2020. 4-shot win for him that day. And you look at the leaderboard, so congested. Look at that, 3 major champions within 2 shots of the lead. Shane Lowry's got such a good scoring record around here without winning. Will Bestling's picked up another birdie at 7, so he gets inside the top 20 now at 8 under.
Yes, good player Bestling, one to look out for. Finished runner-up at the Porsche European Open. So Hatton just about through the practice routine now. Interesting, he's had the alignment stick down the whole time.
And this is the club that, you know, as I said a little bit earlier, has posed a few questions for him, particularly this season.
So he'll clip a few drivers off and wander to the putting green. Up ahead, already underway, is Ancer and Jamieson, and for Abraham Ancer, he's just going to wander around there, tap this in. That, believe it or not, is the second shot. How about that? That's a lovely way to start your day, isn't it?
When you were on the range before you played, Roy, did you like to finish your practice session with the tee shot you were going to be hitting off the first? Like, did you always, if it was a par 4, did you always hit drivers to finish, or did you actually change if it was a 3-wood shot?
I think that explains, Sam, why you were a much better player than I was. I never even thought about it. I was more interested in whether I had a bacon sandwich and a cup of tea next to me.
Oh, I didn't miss that either. Always, well, the most fascinating one for me was Faldo at, might have been Muirfield, where he come up at 9 in the morning.
This is game number 17. From the tee from England, David Horsey.
It was very rude of Alistair Scott to interrupt your story there, Sam. I was enjoying it.
Just come back to that in a moment. It's like a little ad break before Sam finishes. David Horsey, 4-time DP World Tour winner, although the last was 7 years ago now. Another one starting this final round at 6 under par.
Well, I hate to admit this, I can't finish the story because I can't remember what the story was. Oh, age is a terrible thing, maybe. Don't get old, honestly.
I think the best part of that, Sam, is I can't remember either.
There's definitely something about the first tee. If anybody knows, phone in, please.
Now you are showing your age. They won't be phoning, they'll be texting or tweeting. Or one down the left side for Pavon, who's at 3 top 10s this season down the... Oh, that's sat down a little bit. So Ancer just had a tap in. This is just short of the green for Scott Jamieson.
How about this? Oh, there's that little sneaky bit of left to right. They're beautifully done. Scott Jamieson has the most sublime touch around the greens. Great bunker player. He always seems to have the right club for the right shot, Jamieson. So nice work from him.
It's a very good point, Mark, about having the right club for the occasion. Every chip shot can be played differently, and using the right one is key. Gary Player always said about a bad bunker shot is generally due to the wrong taking the wrong club. You know, everyone just takes, oh, not everyone, just get a lob wedge out when you're in the bunker, but it's nice to play a pitching wedge or a sand wedge out of a bunker. That's a great save from Jamieson on the first.
Yeah, the Florida-based Scott stays at 6 under par, 6 shots behind Victor Hovland and Søren Kjeldsen, the 47-year-old Dane, alongside the talented Norwegian at 12 under par. 64 yesterday from Kjeldsen, 64 in round 1 from Hovland. Thomas Dietrich looking for that breakthrough. He came closer to another Rolex Series event at last year's Genesis Scottish Open, an event that Rafa Cabrera-Bello has won in the past. You can see Robert McIntyre's picked up another birdie at the par 3 10th, and he moves into that group at 8 under par.
You know, good scoring going on, but you're going to get it with perfect conditions and preferred lies. We're in for an exciting day.
Yeah, nice little story about, you know, Christian Krogh Johannesson. You can see him there at 8 under par. What a few weeks, a few months really it's been for him. Breakthrough victory on the Challenge Tour at the Italian Challenge. He hasn't been outside of the top 20 since that in July. Shouldn't have really been playing last week in Denmark because he forgot to register himself for the Challenge Tour event that week, but managed to get into the DP World Tour event instead and finished 3rd, leading player in the top 10.
And gets in here.
And now he's in the top 20.
Could get his card this way. He's going to get his card next year anyway. I think, what did you say, his 4th or 5th?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic year for him. And giving us a little taste of what he's got. Brilliant. We'll see him soon.
So Hovland not the only top Norwegian.
No.
And as great as that story is, we just saw the name of Ollie Wilson going past there. What a fabulous week it was for him also last week at the Maiden Himmerland. He kind of disappears off the radar for a while, and every now and then he pops up, and that was just a wonderful week. Getting a victory there, that's really turned his career back on track as well.
I don't know if you've heard him speak post that win, Mark, at all, but he was saying that he feels now his game is in the best shape it's ever been. When he had those 9 runner-up finishes, he felt it was very reliant on his short game, but he feels now his long game is as good as ever been. And I remember talking to him back in April, he said it's the most fun he's ever had on a course. That was before he picked up a win.
Yeah, I think the great thing about what he's done is not only his work ethic, but his fitness ethic as well. He's turned his game around, he's increased his length off the tee by getting incredibly fit. I've seen him working out in the gym, but it's super impressive what he's done, and I take my hat off to him.
I love the driver off the last with no tee. That was extraordinary on the 72nd hole. Oliver Wilson, really tough drive. Just put it on the turf and ripped a driver right down the middle.
David Horsey from the top of the hill.
199 yards to cover. They've been a popular spot out there just right of the flag.
Yeah, and people might look at David Horsey, he's not been in good form, but I know he's had back injuries, wrist injuries, illness he's had to deal with over the last few months, and he also feels his game is in decent shape. Seeing that this week. Now, this is not in good shape, is it, down the right-hand side for Pavon?
Well, he might be okay. Oh, no. I saw him going across the mud. Well, let's see if we can see it. He's saying to the caddy.
I think it might be in French, though.
Oui, monsieur, pas problème.
Well, he wants to hit a cut shot, doesn't he? He's got grass behind the ball, and very often the ball doesn't cut or draw when you've got grass behind it. And obviously doesn't help Sam going uphill either when he's got to go under the branches.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Are the branches in his way? Because if you got to hit this really low, it's an almost impossible shot. You can see how he has. So he'd be lucky to get this past the end of the rough. Oh, that's played a beauty. No, I didn't. I don't think it got out, did it, Mark?
No, I think he was spot on, Sam. It was virtually guaranteed the height he was going to hit it to catch up on the hill there in the thick stuff. If he did get out, it was remarkable.
And it's a tough start. This is when you normally play this course, Sam, this is a par 5, isn't it, for the members round here?
It was in the early days as a par 5. No, I think it's a par 4.
It's par 4 on the course. I meant for the members, though. For the
but if it's a par, that's it. They don't change par for the members.
Okay.
You'd like them to. I mean, it'd be a par 6 for me.
Tyrrell Hatton making his way. This group heading off at 11:30. Tyrrell Hatton alongside Joost Luiten. Just to remind you, it was supposed to be a 10 o'clock in the morning start for them.
I just stood on the driving range for an hour.
Foggy conditions meaning we had the delay. Alistair Scott, the regular starter now in these Rolex Series events on the DP World Tour. And it's great to see Joost Luiten back out. I'll tell the story because not everyone might know, but he basically he's taken 2.5 months out of the game. He picked up a little bit of an injury and then he got married a month ago, and he wanted to see whether he missed golf. And he said the first couple of weeks, not at all, and then he got the itch. And he came back in Prague, a married man now, made the cut there. Played in Switzerland, made the cut there, and he's done the same here at the BMW PGA Championship.
He put himself in quite a predicament there, didn't he, by getting married and saying, I'm going to spend some time away from the golf and see if I miss it just after he got married. It's not going to look good if he said I really missed it. Here's a look at the first hole. Now, the bunker's on the right. I think it's about 290, 280 to reach. And from the top of the hill, just a 3-wood down the left half. So yeah, I see it 264. So you can just want to just get past that. Right here is the perfect spot. If you run down, it goes every time, 9 times out of 10. When I say every time, 9.5 times out of 10, we'll go into the thick rough on the right. And it makes it such a much harder second shot from that rough. You've no control. You're just basically trying to get it on the front of the green.
Well, the crowds are really building up nicely. We've got Joost Luiten and Tyrrell Hatton. We'll be following this pair all the way around this Wentworth Club. Rounds of 70 and 68 for Joost Luiten over the first 2 rounds.
This is game number 18. On the tee from the Netherlands, Joost Luiten.
He was 3 over par through 5 holes on round 1, so he's turned it around nicely since then, Luiten. And just starting to find his groove again after that little bit of a sabbatical from the DP World Tour.
On the tee from England, Tyrrell Hatton.
Well, a lovely reception for the 2020 champion, and watching this pair for us this afternoon and the latter part of the morning will be Jamie Spence. Hello, Jamie.
Yeah, hello everybody. Morning, lovely day here. Wentworth, first tee, nerves are up. Hatton with the driver. Needs to be down the left here with this club. Ripping out on the range, Tyrrell. Can he take it to the course?
Oh, he has ripped that one, hasn't he? That is absolutely perfect from Tyrrell Hatton.
It's not stopped. What's the odds in that being the right rough?
That's not going. That one's not heading to the right rough. Richard Boxall's joined us now in the commentary box. Morning to you, Boxy. This is Mathieu Pavon tidying up at the first.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, nicely hold there from Pavon. That's a good four, wasn't it, really, if you think where he was under those trees down that right side. That's a nice start for him.
Great third shot.
Yeah.
Well, no one's got closer than 8 under par from the morning start. They're just jostling for position. These are the guys that have got a great opportunity win. Boxy, a lot of players in the mix. I mean, I think at the start of the day, 48 players within 6 shots of the lead. Rory McIlroy is the tournament favourite. Is he yours?
Probably, yeah. I mean, experience-wise, just coming off what he did, you know, in America the other week, last week as well, and the way he's played. I mean, around the greens, he's absolutely mustard. I mean, he's brilliant now around the greens. His iron play is second to none, and the last person you want breathing down your neck really is him. He's sort of getting that that sort of Jack Nicklaus status, you know, when anyone sees his name come up on the board, they go, "Ooh," or Tiger Woods, you know, "Oh, here he comes," and his game is great. And also, you know, okay, sometimes a bit wayward with his driving, but as Sam was saying yesterday, with the fairways being so wet and he got placing, it makes these fairways so much wider, because it just sometimes they just plug on, you know, left or right of the fairways. But I think to answer your question, Rich, I think yeah, Rory McIlroy I would have thought would be the favourite here for sure.
Sam, it's nice to. I mean, we're looking at the players running through the leaderboard here, and you know, there's some good scoring out there. It's lovely, isn't it, to see Francesco Molinari showing some kind of form again?
Absolutely, one of my favourite swings to watch. He is an exemplary golfer, major winner, and where has he been with that swing?
Yeah, he said he's really struggled off the tee, and he spent the last couple of months off, and Dennis Pugh, who we know kind of in semi-retirement, spent a week out in Italy with him working on that long game, and it looks like I don't know if they've solved the equation, but they've certainly gone a long way to making things better.
Absolutely. Now I have to tell you, Richard.
Yes. Oh,
this Richard, Mr.
Kaufman,
Kaufman, you're Boxy, he's Richard.
Okay.
I remember the story.
Come on then.
I got a text from my son, told me what was the story I was saying.
Because we were talking about eating before going off.
Well, it was about warm-ups, what
yes.
you do, and the one was Faldo at Muirfield. Went leading the tour and playing at 3:30. I think he went to the course at 9:30 in the morning, and he and Fanny Souness and his caddy went to the range, and whatever the opening tee shot was, 3 wood, he would hit 3 wood.
I think it is.
What do we have to the front of the green? 130 to the front, pins on 15, and he would hit a wedge, and he went right through the whole course, 18 holes, played the whole course on the range. But I thought that was magnificent. That was the story, and my son didn't phone me, Richard. He did text me though.
Well, which tournament was that, Sam? Can you remember? Was it?
I think it was the Open at Muirfield when he won the 18 pars.
Oh, was it? Is that what he did on the range? That's unbelievable.
I bet on the range though he didn't have 18 pars.
No, well, he didn't
get the putter
so
out.
He could have done.
Just a nice one, you don't enough to kill it.
Louten.
What there is to slightly off the left, isn't it? That's right, yeah.
Pulled the lights into a bit of breeze. There's enough there to make you think. Just a little bit there. 202. Little 5 iron. Don't even get up there with 6. He only hits his 6 about 195. So this will be a 5 iron. But boy, oh boy, he's got lucky here on the first, on top of the bunker. Great lie. Flag back left. Just a punchy 5.
Started straight at it. Down, maybe going a touch left. No, straight at it. Oh, silly boy saying get down. Should have said go. Beautiful shot though. Now where is Hatton's ball?
Plumb centre, Samuel.
Beautiful tee shot, Jamie.
Oh, brilliant, isn't it? It's still a very hanging lie though, below his feet, this shot for Hatton. 166, that's an 8 iron, but into this breeze, well, it's a press with that. It's going to come out a bit lower off this downslope.
To be honest with you, I'm not playing much here. Yeah. So 68 is what he's playing. Okay. All right.
Yeah, this should be fine.
Yeah.
That means it's an 8 for Hatton, but it's a press with this club. There is a bit of hurt there. Probably 3 or 4 yards for Hatton. This should come out low off this lie.
Lovely sound, beautiful strike, and we're at it as well. 2 great openers.
Yeah, let's hope this is a sign of things to come as we follow this 2-ball around these 18 holes.
Let's have a look at it again. Perfect. Listen to this. Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Just ball turf. It's such a sweet sound. Right at it. Well, it looks like the powers that be have picked the perfect feature group for us to call on.
They know what they're doing.
I still can't get over that Nick Faldo going what he did. I mean, the willpower to do the full 18 holes is amazing. You think, you know, normally somebody would come up to you on the range. You go, "Morning, Sam, how you doing?" You go, "I'm on the 5th. Hang on, please." But, you know, to get all the way around is amazing.
It was brilliant, huh?
Yeah, brilliant.
You'd have stopped at the halfway hut, wouldn't you?
Oh, there would no question about that.
I'd have stopped at the clubhouse and had a coffee before we play. This is like 6 hours, 7 hours before he played.
Oh, was it that? Oh,
it
was it?
9:30 in the morning. He's teeing off at 2:30, 3 o'clock. Quite great. And I think he said, you know, well, I couldn't sleep in the room in the morning. I thought, what will I do? Let's go and play the course.
Yes.
Well, Jon Rahm just going through his last-minute preparations, having a chat there with Pablo Larrazabal, who's also on the putting green.
He had a few putts slide by yesterday, Jon Rahm. He must have, I reckon he must have hit the edge of the hole about 8 times yesterday, maybe more. I mean, he was so close. Putting was excellent.
Yeah, it was a could-have-been back 9 for Rahm. Still had a few birdies, but could have been plenty more.
And some of the great players, they always, sometimes you think they're bad putters. It's just because they're hitting so many greens to 15, 20 feet all day.
Well, the sun's out nicely now. Jamie, it was a little chilly about an hour ago. So I assume it's warming up very nicely.
Yeah, it's lovely, Rich, out here. Jumpers are off. It's going to be nice. Standing on the second tee. It's not easy to get a look at this first hole and not be heard. 2 interesting putts coming up. You think they'd be right to left, but I think they're the other way. Just a little shoulder of a hill there to the left of the players. It's just going to throw it right early, especially for Luiten. But all your memory bank is saying right to left. I think this one's definitely a little bit left to right. Let's have a look where he's aiming. I'll creep up on him.
Just going to go left.
Ain't that a long way left, Boxy?
Yeah, he did, didn't he? What was I going to say? This time of the day, the crowds are still excellent out there, aren't they, Jamie?
Unbelievable, Rich.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's packed. Well, of course, we had the delay, so... Huge galleries. I'm looking down the second as well. It's just surrounded that green. This one won't turn as much, this one for Hatton. Straight apart for Tyrrell. Maybe a little bit left-right early. He should come back. Be a great 3 on the first. Take 4 on the tee.
Well, he needs a round, something like what he did in Abu Dhabi at the start of 2021 when he was so impressive, won by 5.
Strange it goes that way. You know, he would have come here many times, and okay, they haven't changed the routing of the course, but they've changed the design of the green. And in your mind, that first green is always quite a lot right to left, isn't it? You know, you'd have played here and before on the old course. Oh, would you have played the old course, do you think, Sam, or not?
No,
probably not.
God, no, that's 20 years ago. But the back left of the screen, it definitely goes left to right. We've seen it a few times with short putts. There's a couple of great pars. I'd be disappointed not to make a birdie there. 2 fine seconds.
Through the back of that green, you're literally straight on to the second tee from that first green.
Well, the gold stars there, that shows you that they have won a Rolex Series event before. So Victor Hovland won in Dubai early this year. Rafa Cabrera Bello, whose last win actually came in his homeland, won his national title, the Spanish Open in Madrid, about a year ago now. Some really good scoring, as there has been all week. We've had a 62 from Woo Lee, who's going to be heading off very shortly.
You know, Richard Boxall's a Rolex winner. Won
Yep,
the Italian
Open.
Open.
Put your hand up if you want a Rolex event.
Well done.
Oh, you can. You've won some Rolex events in effect, haven't you?
I did win the Italian Open, yes. In effect.
I remember coming back from Italy, upgraded myself to business, sat in there with you. Do you remember that? And there was a politician in there. I can't think what his name was now.
Didn't you have your manager sitting next to you?
I had. No, I tell you, I had my sponsor sitting next to me, Mike Linfield, big tall guy. Quite an eventful trip home, I have to say.
Loudon 9-9, 148 on 2. They've lopped the branches off that tree to the right of this green. No longer to overhang the green.
Not a breath of wind, Jamie.
Nothing, Sam. Just fire straight at it.
That was a lovely shot from Luiten.
With you two talking about your stories and forgetting things halfway through, it's like being with Statler and Waldorf.
Who are they?
Muppets.
The next pairing, who we are going to be following around, getting ready to go. Should be a ball striking exhibition, shouldn't it? Jon Rahm and Woo Lee.
Yes. Quite contrasting games.
Hatton 9-9 for him as well. The second 148. He's won an Italian Open as well. The 5th major.
Yeah, some would say. Oh, lovely shot.
That was just a delightful shot there from Tyrrell Hatton. Hit it close at the first and missed it. Could have been a perfect start, but he's got a great chance at the second.
And a reminder, it will be the Italian Open next week on the DP World Tour.
This is game number 19. On the tee from Spain, Jon Rahm.
Bogey free, 70 in round 1. And only birdies coming at par 5s. And yesterday, he made a double bogey at the 5th. We you know, question marks. Will he miss the cut? But he responded with 5 unanswered birdies, but there could have been plenty more. Just started to find his groove over the back 9, Jon Rahm, and he'll be hoping to continue that here in this 3rd round and get a little bit closer to the leaders. He starts 6 back.
Fleetwood, top of the hill.
On the tee from Australia, Woo Lee.
Well, what a round yesterday. 14 shots better than his opening salvo. 76-62. Incy Mehmet's going to be watching this pair for us this afternoon. Hello, Incy.
Good morning, Richard. It's a stunning morning, very foggy, but the sun's come out and it's all gone now. Woo Lee, he was hitting big left to right fades on the range. I'd imagine we'd see the same.
Well, a lot to look forward to, haven't we, with the 4 players we're following around as they try and get a little closer to the top.
Will you play in next? 3 weeks after Madrid. Oh, nice. You gonna play all 3 or?
So yeah, that was a big difference in yesterday, wasn't it? 14 shots, as you say, Rich. That was massive.
2 is I just
He's
I thought it was 2, and then they
got himself a Rolex win. Serious question, Sam. I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you actually on the first day, you know, when the dreaded COVID was in, and you had the UK swing, and we sort of got the tour back up and running really well again. A lot of first-time winners. Do you think there was a lot of first-time winners because the crowds weren't there? Because the crowds certainly make a difference, don't they, going into the final round?
It's a very good question, Boxy. I'll let Jamie. What's the line?
Well, I think it's straight, but it can read right to left. Wouldn't surprise me if he misses it top side. No, he hasn't. Great putt from Loudon.
Great start from Loudon. Good chance at the first, missed it, as did Hatton. He's made a 2 at the second. The Hatton now, Jamie, with almost a tap-in.
Yeah, Sam. Right half of the hole, nothing. Don't leave the hole, smash it in. It's gettable today, isn't it? There's going to be some low scores out here.
Yeah, Hatton with a chance to get to 7 under par as well. Oh, Tyrrell.
How does that go left to right?
Frustration. Now the big question is, can you remember the question, Sam?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. It's no crowds influence the other first-time winners. I'd have to say maybe, Boxy. It's a good question. Maybe it did, but the crowd to me is an advantage.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I do know what you mean in that way.
So we've had our first birdie in the feature group. It's come from Luiten at the second. Tyrrell Hatton missing out. Ball looks to be sitting nicely. Down the first for Jon Rahm. Woo Lee certainly thumped one down there, Boxy.
He did, yeah. He gave it a good hit, but I think it went, as Sam says, everything. You look at the shape of that fairway, ends up finishing in the rough on the right-hand side, which is not too bad. You got the pin 19 on. What is it? 5 from the left, so it's the side to come in from.
Incy, how's it lying?
Not too bad, but there's a lot of moisture out here as well, so as soon as it hits the ground, the ball's wet. And of course, Jon Rahm's ball finishing on that first cut on the right, you can't use the advantage of pick and place, so you can't dry this. 176 yards to go to back left pin on a slight downhill slope as well. Right in between clubs, an 8 and a 7, just depends what he fancies. A couple yards right, missed a few left yesterday, and you can't do that today.
Loves it.
Burger.
Why wouldn't you? Gorgeous shot from Rahm.
Driver for Hatton here on third. Allow him right down the middle. Be aiming at the bunker on the left. 310 to that. You can't reach that up the hill.
He's leaning left, Jamie. Bunker's right, probably. Straight in it, I think. And see, this is a really tough lie here, and see.
You said it, Sam, it's not looking too pretty. I know for a fact I would struggle to get this out of this lie, but Min Woo Lee's much more of a better golfer than me. He's much stronger too, and that's what you need, a bit of speed. Ball sat down, the rough's pretty long. 147 yards to go, but it plays at least half a club uphill. Can't feel the breeze by the green, but it's definitely a little bit into off the left if there's anything. Trying to muscle one forwards.
God, he certainly gave that one the best he could. Look at it, and you see, as Incy was saying, sat down. It's always going to run out of the rough when you do that. That's a pretty good shot from that.
Yeah, it's fascinating, Min Woo Lee. 76 on day one. He thought it was going to be another miscut. He's had a string of them. He played the Corn Ferry Tour finals the last few weeks. And on Friday, of course, the players got the day off as a mark of respect because of the loss of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And Min Woo went to Buckingham Palace with a few of the other players in the field to show their respects as well. And he just said it was really nice to sort of something you wouldn't usually do in the middle of a golf tournament, is it? Especially one like this, is go and do some touristy things.
On Friday I went, because I live over in Bracknell. I thought I'll just drive over to Windsor, and I went over to Windsor, and I saw 2 BMW PGA courtesy cars that were sort of roaming around. So obviously some of the other players said, you know, come and pick us up and let's go and show our respects and go to Windsor.
Yeah, well, Min Woo went to Buckingham Palace.
So how was the Windsor Arms, Boxy? Was it busy?
Yeah, fairly full, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, when he took a 9 at 17 on day one and shot 76, I don't think he thought he'd be in a position where he's starting this final round 6 shots off the lead and playing alongside last year's US Open champion. But here we are.
Really exciting match, these two birdie machines. Rahm, as we saw yesterday, could have birdied all the back 9, but have you had a look at the line on this one, Incy?
Of course I have, Sam, yeah. And that was a super second shot. To get it pin high, I would say that was a 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10 would be in the hole, wouldn't it? But left it pin high, relatively straight to start off with, should break off the right most of the way. Doesn't really play up or downhill, pretty flat.
Well, he started his opening round yesterday with a birdie putt around 40 feet that he holed, and just things started happening. Had a couple of eagles on the back 9 hold out at 15, and at that point he got to 10 under par for the day. Even during our broadcast we're mentioning the possibility of a 59.
Yeah, there was a chance with the 2 par 5s to finish. You know, you could make a couple of eagles. I mean, it's a tall order, that, really. But and I don't know why it is. It's always very difficult if you shoot a low score, 61, 62. It's always very difficult the next day to come out and break 70. It's remarkable.
He played 3 holes and you're 3 shots worse than yesterday's. But perhaps not. Good chance here. Not a difficult putt to get to the hole, so he's not worried about the speed, just the line. He's taking a lot of swing here, and he's not going to reach the hole. My fault. He should have worried about the speed.
190 for Luiten. Smooth 5, flag on the right.
Difficult pin today on that third, top right.
Just a hint of left to right for Jon Rahm, if anything, maybe just a tad downhill as well. Green's a little bit faster than they were yesterday, so you might give it a bit more break.
Very fast, just easing to the right there, unfortunately. Had a load of those yesterday, Jon Rahm. Must have had it. What did he have, about 8 or 10 putts, Rich, I reckon, that just sort of slid past the hole yesterday?
Yeah, something like that. But I heard Jon Rahm saying that he's going to take 3 weeks off after this. He'll return in Spain on the DP World Tour. Going to play in Madrid. Of course, he's had success in the past.
Well, you'll be in Italy next week, won't you?
Yes.
You're going?
Yes.
Is Jamie going? Don't know, we'll ask him when we get to his game. I thought he was, actually.
Yeah, it may well be. Sure, Woo Lee will be there as well. In a busy schedule. Disappointment at the Corn Ferry Tour finals for him.
It's a nasty start. 3 putts, 3 movements on the dance floor on the first hole. Never a comfy start, that.
Well, we had a delay, about 90 minutes because of fog, but some of the early starters now are concluding their final rounds around Wentworth. The leaders heading out at 12 under par. Soren Kjeldsen and Victor Hovland, your co-leaders. So many players, though, in contention. Great eagle, wasn't it, the last yesterday from Matthew Jordan. Getting in that group at 10 under par. So off we go to the second. Disappointing bogey, wasn't that, from Woo Lee, 3 putting. But plenty of holes to turn things around.
So Rahm to go first. Tight right-hand pin here, Incy.
You said it, Boxy. It's a great par 3. Tucked away today. Literally no room, just short of this flag. 12 on, 3 from the right. Wouldn't be surprised if Rahm looks to pitch this beyond the pin, try and spin it back, but you don't want too much. Then the slope and bunker comes into play. In between clubs, a wedge and a 9. Let's see what shot he goes for.
Right over the flag from Rahm. Off we go to 3. Had to lay up out of the bunker, Tyrrell Hatton, so this is 3rd shot into 3. And work to do to avoid a drop shot for the Englishman.
.148 yards, there's no real elevation, although you're playing from the elevated tee, but it goes down, then back up, so overall neutral yardage. I mean, pitching wedge goes 148 for Minwoo. Wouldn't be surprised if he back foots this. Looks like he's gone easy on a 9 instead, trying to take the spin off, taking dead aim.
think lots of hole-in-ones at that second over the years, but not one yet. We haven't had a hole-in-one all week, actually. Came very close to one yesterday at 14. Bit of movement in the commentary box. Mark Rose stepping in for Sam Torres. A bit of movement in this one for Joost Luiten as well, Jamie.
Yeah, a little bit, Richard. Up the hill.
Sorry,
Always take
Jamie.
a 4 here on the third.
Jamie, just a quick question. Are you going to Italy next week?
I'm actually off to the Emirates, Richard.
How are you?
Not to Dubai, to Arsenal.
Right, sorry. I was thinking, what's on there?
Left to right, full out and up the hill. It straightens when it gets on top, this one.
A pretty good effort. It's interesting when you ask that question, Richard.
Yeah.
I mean, I struggle to remember what I'm doing next week, never mind what
yeah.
Jamie is.
Actually, I have remembered, but of course it's Incy that's going.
Jamie Incy, easily confused.
Yeah.
They probably got a few statues to your win there, Richard, at the Italian Open, I think, behind the 18th.
Well,
you punching the hair.
Punching the air with
golden
delight.
locks.
Well, you know, Jamie, you know the story in the programme. My name was Roger Boxall, and that I've never changed it to this day because the lads have such a laugh out of it.
It suits you, Roger.
Yeah, it does.
Well, Hatton, I mean, he flushed his tee shot, you know. He nearly carried that bunker at about the 300-yard mark up the hill. Fell back in, had no chance with his second, so here he is putting for a 4. He's had 2 great birdie chances first 2 holes. If this doesn't go in, he'll be thinking, why me? This is left to right, down this slope, quick.
Be a very useful one to make. Oh no, that was not his best. That was low off the blade, and yeah, it was a bit slippery. That, you see how hard that one went in for the bogey 5. Steam now coming out of his ears.
2 classy shots this. Jon Rahm, a little bit downhill, right edge putt. And it's got a tiny bit of movement here.
Oh, he gave that, well, a little bit of a hit, and that's probably why it didn't take that last bit of rock that Incy mentioned. Not quite on his A game, Rahm, at the moment.
Tied it up for his par, Joost Luiten. Nice start. I know, Boxer, you say, you know, 1 under through 3, you're making up some ground. Mark, was that the way you view things through these opening stretch of the course?
Yeah, I did, Richard. I'd say level par through 3 for me was always, I thought, 3 pars to start, then you hit the par 5, which is obviously a very birdieable hole, easiest hole on the course, the 4th hole. And you're very happy, 1 under through 4 holes. Richard, you set yourself up for the day, really.
Yeah. Much turn on this,
is more downhill than off the right.
No problem. Bit of break up with Incy's mic there.
Yeah, there was. Well hole. Straight in the middle. Yeah, I was going to say 1 under through 4. You sort of think to yourself, could knock it round to 67 or 68 now. I've really set myself up with a great start.
Fabulous too for Min Woo Lee. That'll put the frustration of that 3 putt at the first firmly behind him.
Well, you know he likes it by the way you're staring up and down, and well, it wasn't a million miles away from going straight in, was it? On the fly. So a lovely 2 from Min Woo Lee. The Dutch birdie machine is aboard the 4th. Got the driver, Jamie.
Yeah, well, it's playing soft mark. It's into a little bit of breeze, so it'll hold it up. This driver won't reach that ditch. I haven't seen anybody near it, actually. Front tee today at 4. Not used the back one all week.
Any idea, Jamie, why they've done that?
I think the crowd control, Richard,
Right.
and just to make things run along smoother, you know. Does cause some congestion, that back tee. That's a perfect tee shot from Luiten. I heard you saying, Richard, you aimed at a Vikings helmet. I always thought it was like a chicken. It looked like a chicken, at the top of the fir tree.
I got that off Wayne Riley. He sort of came up with that one first. But you can actually go a lot further left than you think off this tee shot, can't you?
Yeah, you can. That fir tree that we all aim at is exactly where Loughton's ball is, actually. So you can go well left, but just convincing yourself. But Hatton, he'll be steaming, Hatton, after his start. He's played some good stuff so far. One unfortunate error on the last, so he's going to aim this down the left with a 3-wood. Easy to draw a 3-wood.
.165 ball speed. I'm going to say it looked like a fabulous line, and it was.
Back at the third, driver for Woo Lee.
That was a bit of a crap, wasn't it? Flew it level with the bunker.
That's beautiful to watch. It really is. The club head speed. So almost a lazy backswing. Where does the power come from? Well, he gets it out there. Get past that, John.
Next up, Rahm. You watch, he doesn't watch how far back he goes. It's like a 3/4 backswing here, but my goodness, he creates some power. Woof. Sound effects as well there, Richard. Do you like that? Woof.
Was that your dog on the tee?
Yeah.
Well, he was the big dog that he hit, and I've got to say, I think he's quite a bit behind Woo Lee.
I think he might be. 66, the low number of the day so far. That's come from Wiesberger. At the moment inside the top 10, 10 under par.
No one's actually said anything about Thomas Dietrich, have they?
Oh, we have, but briefly, yes, briefly.
He's got to be due a win sooner or later.
Well, I mentioned yesterday, Richard, that it would be ironic in a way. He's still striving for that first victory. If it was over 54 holes, it's kind of, will it come over a 54-hole stretch rather than 72? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you're right in putting him out. He's a shot off the lead alongside Cabrera Bayo and Rory McIlroy. But, I mean, you go down the leaderboard, the defending champion's only 4 shots off the lead. I mean, we've seen what scores are capable. Seen a bunch of 64s, 62 out there.
Well, it was what year was it? Noren came in with a 62 final round and sat in the clubhouse waiting.
Yeah.
When was that? That was
2017.
Yeah, well done. His memory's unreal. You know that.
It's actually quite scary. He's like
I'm not sure if I've got that right though.
You have.
Have I?
Yeah.
Ooh, you have.
Okay. Yeah, Rory did it in 2014 as well. He was 7 off the lead that year and went on and won.
What did they hit into the last? Can you remember? I know it was a 4-iron for Noren, but
yeah, no, that was a really exciting finish. There's been a lot of exciting finishes. I mean, just so many players in with a shout. You would just be interesting. Sometimes you think, oh, no, that's destined for a playoff, but sometimes someone can emerge from the pack and stretch away.
Yeah, I think it's the 2 par 5s to finish that make it really, really exciting. You know, because anywhere from 3 to 5 you can make. You can obviously make 6 or 7, but you can, if you have a blistering finish, you can come from 4th or 5th and win the event.
And I think the other thing, Richard, is, as you say, the back 9, 37 par with the par 5s, 12 is you can make an eagle, but you can also very easily make a 7 or an 8 at 17. You can whip it left out of bounds. You know, that's one of the scariest tee shots in golf, 17.
Yeah, it is. Look here at the, talking of par 5s, the 4th. Don't often see that, do you? Look at that, 494 yards par 5s. We've got holes out the course now, not this course, but on the tour, 520 yards par 4s. But he's in a good spot here, Jamie, with that pin 10 on, 3 left.
Yeah, they both are, Rich, especially Hatton. Hatton couldn't be better, really, on a flat lie. Hatton's a little bit of a hanging lie away from him when trying to stop it. Typical pin here, last 8 pin, just over that bunk on the left. 203 for Luiten. Needs to carry it virtually all the way. 198, really minimum. He goes at it, and he will.
Got to say, Jamie, wonderful colour coordination with Luiten and his golf bag. If he stands too close to it, you can't actually see him.
Just right over the right side of the bunker.
Yeah, they like the orange.
Good as you want. Back into
Got to be 5-iron this. Now, a little bit of breeze into. Good club for him, actually. He can hit this nicely. Should take out the front for him. He's such a straight iron player. It's the strength of his game.
Now, does he go straight at it? Left flag. Over the bunker. Well, he did. And, oh, well, that's okay. Don't think he'll putt that. We'll see.
Second shot on its way. The third for Jon Rahm. Pin on the right side. 20 on. Out there. Stay there. Yep, that'll do. Birdie chance coming up for Rahm.
Well, they're in between clubs here, Hatton. I think it's a 6. It's a good 6 for him, but he's just changed. He might have gone up. Can't believe he's gone to 7. 191.
What's his line, Jay? We're looking from behind. Straight over the middle of that left-hand bunker.
Perfect, Rich. He
Yeah.
just can fly straight at it. Just go straight at the flag. Yeah, quite a few wasps and bugs around. He's just a bit unsettled here.
arseholes of the world.
Apologies for the language from Hatton.
You don't normally apologise before he hits it.
Well, what you see is what you get with Tyrrell. Doesn't like this. There might be another expletive coming out very shortly. Oh, my goodness me. Well, no, it looked for all the world like it was further left, but boggy lie down there on the path, so not too attractive. How about that for a tee shot? Woo Lee just launched it miles up the third. That's a wedge. Surely. Get some spin on it. Well, I've been waxing lyrical earlier about Woo Lee. I think for me, he's one of the brightest talents in the world.
Just got to find that consistency now. But yeah, he's got all the tools that are required to perform at this level, and we just saw that there at the third. I mean, that's a tough hole. Driver wedge, 2 feet.
There's no run. There is just no run on the fairways. You're playing that third hole, it's all carry. And that's just monumental hitting from somebody who, well, he really is quite a slight figure compared to some of the other players. I mean, next to Rahm, he looks half the size of Rahm. Just fabulous to watch.
Showing a bit of ankle there, isn't he? He's not really, doesn't like the long socks. Are you a short sock person, Rich, or are you a long one?
I wasn't expecting.
I know, that's why
these
I said
questions.
But I can visualise it, Richard. That's it. I can see him with his shorts on and sandals and long black socks. I don't know why. I just can see him like that.
That's a no-no, Mark. Come on.
I like the invisible socks, Richard, I have to say.
Yeah,
inside the shoe, yeah. No, it's okay to show a little bit of ankle.
Do you have a bobble on the back?
Rahm first to putt for his birdie.
Just seeing this move a little bit right to left. Initially I thought it was left to right, but when I walked onto the other side, I stuck with my guns.
right on line. Had he hit it? He's just waiting to catch fire, just something to ignite him into a run of birdies. You see the body language, he's frustrated. It's not what we expect from Jon.
Yeah, he just knows that he needs to have, you know, one of the extraordinary days to have any chance of putting himself in the picture at least. And 3 pars is solid, but not quite out of the ordinary. Enjoying the sunshine and enjoying those 2 shots from Min Woo Lee. How about that, Ancer?
Yeah, making mincemeat of it, Richard. It was the perfect pin. He works the ball left to right, any sort of right pin. You can start at the heart of the green, work it towards your target. Just a slight movement left to right. And keep it inside the hole though. Birdie chance.
Well, that is just crazy how easy he's made that 3rd hole look, Min Woo Lee. So back-to-back birdies for him after the bogey at the first. And it is amazing, they say so often, how many great rounds start with a bogey. Take another look at this.
I mean, it's just ridiculous he's there, first of all. It's the perfect drive, long, in the ideal spot on the fairway, and he's made the most of it. He's got that Saturday feeling for Sunday now.
Free drop here, Jamie, no doubt.
Yeah, free drop to the left. Came to his left here. Could have gone backwards. There's no good option, Rich, to be honest.
No.
It's going to be a sloppy, wet lie. There was nowhere decent to drop that ball, to be honest, for hand.
I don't know how close you are to him, but he's dropped it and it's gone right against the tuft, and he's just looked down at it and screamed at it.
Well, it is rough.
It's even rougher now, Jamie.
Yeah, well, this is very difficult with the wet grass. The club's just going to dive into the ground here. Might get stuck. No green to work with, but he's only thinking birdies, up and down for a birdie. He's got to play a bit like a bunker shot, keep the speed up here through this grass. But very difficult this for Hatton.
Well, it's a pretty good effort, and he's left it under the hole. He's not happy with it, but as Jamie said, played it like a bunker shot. Take some grass. The ground is soft. You can take a little bit of earth as well. I thought that was well done.
Yeah, I thought it was well played.
No driver required for Min Woo Lee here on the 4th tee.
Well, the tee box aims towards that right penalty area, hence clubbing down to the hybrid. Normally carries us about 250 yards. Oh, he's hit his famous stinger. Did you see that?
We did, yeah. I don't know if that's gone a little too far left. Is it going to hang on? Not quite.
Well, just a fraction out. Players can carry those little hybrids 19 degrees, 21, even 23 degrees. There's several options of loft, but that was as described, a low stinger. All depends on the lie.
Fairway metal for Jon Rahm. Saw this play yesterday, sticking to the same tactics, although it's a little bit breezier into your face. It's really the first time I felt any sort of breeze. Hugging the left half.
.177 ball speed, 102 feet apex, and that one, an absolute cracker. Couldn't place it better.
No, it's a perfect tee shot, that one. Up ahead at the green. Luiten just off the left edge here. This is his 3rd shot. It's par 5. It'll move left, right a little at the end, not to be, but that's a birdie for Luiten. That's going to be 2 under through the first 4. Now he has set himself up for a possible chance of a low one today.
Yes, he could do with it as well. I think he's 177th in the DP World Rankings. I'm guessing that
no, you're right.
Richard will confirm that.
Yeah, it's had a
177th, yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
Not had a very good season. so far, Luiten. So Hatton for his birdie, just to get back to level for the day. Yep, that's more like it. Level through the first 4. Again, that's not so bad.
It's a great up and down from where he was. Second shot wasn't his best, and well, that will calm him down. But we've said this all the time about Tyrrell Hatton. I mean, he has these, you know, outbursts, but he doesn't take it to the next tee most of the time.
Well, he just said there, he said, I can't even drop a ball properly. He said, what chance have I got? You know, he took that drop, and you sort of think, well, 6 wins on the tour and 4 of those Rolex events, quite a good chance, actually. It's just such a frustrating game sometimes.
We're waiting for someone to make a move from touching distance. You know, there's some players that have gone out early and shot some decent numbers to work their way really nicely up the leaderboard. But the players heading out now, they've got the opportunity maybe to close in on the top 2 there, Kjeldsen and Hovland.
Well, back there in the trees on the 5th tee. 209 yards to this pin today, cut on the left-hand side. A little bit of breeze into the player's face. It's a 4-iron yardage, but you just got to think they might just muscle a 5 because the flag's at the back. Long's not that inviting here, but very unlikely they're going to get much release in these soft conditions. But you've got to aim a bit left between the pin and the edge of the green here if you want to get close. Very straight iron player, Luiten. He was hitting shapes on the range, but generally just likes going straight at it.
He's asking it to go. It's going to peel off that slope there and filter down, unfortunately, onto the lower level.
Well, he's got himself 4 off the lead now. Joost Luiten at 8 under par. That's him back to -6 with that birdie at 4.
Yeah, I think that was the 5 for Joost. He's a little bit longer with his irons than Hatton, which surprised me on the yardages, but probably the same club for Hatton. I think he'll be trying to muscle a 5. Ideally, you want to hit a draw in this pin, draw it into that back left portion. Hit a nice strong flight. It's not one to feather.
Oh, he won't be feathering anything in this situation at 6 under. He's just going to go at every flag. Try and birdie every hole. That's his mindset. And I'm afraid he'll not be happy with that either. That's a club short.
Yes.
Min-Woo Lee just a few yards off from being on the fairway. It's a bit of a fly-lie here. Slight downhill slope.
Go hard.
I don't think he caught that.
Oh, it did well, didn't it? He definitely sounded clumpy. I have to agree with you, Ancer. It did sound heavy, but he's got the carry and he's got the eagle putt to come.
A couple of eagles yesterday. He called it the best ever round he's have. If you followed him on social media yesterday as well, look at that. Let's try and do it again. And well, may have been a bogey start, but he's got an eagle putt there to get to 3 under par for the round.
203 yards to go. I think this is the perfect 5-iron, slightly into the breeze as well. Looking to carry it all the way to this front left pin.
Well, 2 second shots there in the good spots. Under the hole, putting up the hill, so great eagle chances to come.
Yeah, trying to just get closer to those leaders. Kjeldsen and Hovland will start at 12 under. An iconic venue, isn't it? The Wentworth Club. This the flagship event on the DP World Tour. The third of the Rolex Series events as well this year. We've had Thomas Pieters win the HSBC Abu Dhabi Championship. We had Xander Schauffele win the Genesis Scottish Open. The final of those Rolex Series events will be the DP World Tour Championship at the Jumeirah Golf Estates. That's where the tee shots are finished at the par 3 fifth.
Well, Hatton hit a 5 there, and Hatton, I think, hit a 6, 209. I just asked Martin, who caddies for Joost. Didn't think I should ask Tyrrell.
No. It's
best not, Rich.
Yeah, best not. It's nice little coffee time around that area, isn't it?
Yes, I just haven't got time to go and get one, Rich.
No.
It's lunchtime now. It's coming up to 12:30.
Yeah, some lovely things to eat over there, Richard.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to look at that. Quick putt for Hatton. Be a good 2-putt. It's strange, is it? Greens that slope away from the players. It's fortunate that it's soft today, although Hatton would have liked to bounce. It just finished in its pitch mark, his ball. So he had some work to do, but it's a quick putt, this. Any bounce on his ball could have fed right the way down there. But he's not, he's on the top, putting down the slope. I always enjoyed these downhill putts. You haven't got to think about the pace, you just get into the feel of the putt, get into the line of the putt. Big left to righter.
Ordinarily a great long range putter, Hatton. See just how far left he's aiming. Look at that. That is 10 feet of break. And now gathering round. It's a good line. Great line. Great putt. Exceptional touch. Well, wrong club off the tee, but he's made the par 3 easy. Very nearly made the 2.
Looks like Jon Rahm's about to get a ruling. Not quite sure if the ball is on the fringe or on that first cut of rough, but Min Woo Lee to go first. Eagle chance. I'm seeing this half a cup left to right.
Well, no eagle, but it should be a third bird in a row.
Well, taking his time, just doesn't want to go around and rush it. Looks like Rahm has his pitch mark on his line there.
You can see the referee's down there, so we'll come back to that in a moment. Let's first see if Luiten can make another.
Uphill left to right, this one for Joost Luiten, turning quite a bit there. Hit that. It's difficult to make yourself hit that one from down there. What you don't want to do is go 2.5, 3 feet by, then you've got a nasty one coming back, Mark.
No, but he's done a lot of good work already. A couple under par already, and it's a good par 3. It's a strong par 3. You don't mind making a 3 there, especially with that back left flag.
Yeah, I think any flag down that left-hand side made it a lot harder, didn't it? Green all sort of slopes from left to right towards the back.
So what was the ruling in the end, Incy?
So it looks like the ball was just on that fringe, which means that you can take the advantages of picking and placing. You get a scorecard length. So Jon Rahm doing just that because the pitch mark was spot on his line between ball and hole.
Yep, no, that's totally fine. Yep.
So ball's back in play. I've seen very little in this, just less break than what Min Woo Lee had. If there's anything, it's a little bit left to right, but barely much. Uphill, also an eagle chance.
We see the pitch mark there just in front that Lindsay's mentioning, and that scorecard just enabled him to get clear of that, so that won't be in the way, and this is a big chance for Rahm to kickstart his day. Just one of those weeks, isn't it? He's just a fraction out on everything. Sort of a little bit more left to right in that. And you know, when you're hitting the drive and an 8-iron into a par 5, you've got to be thinking about 3 rather than 4, haven't you?
Definitely, yeah, with that sort of club in your hand.
So Min Woo Lee. You know, when you shoot a 76 on day one and he was in a tie for 136th position on the leaderboard, here he is to get within 4 of the lead.
Yes, very nice. It's amazing. We say it's a par 4. It is a par 4 because it's averaging absolutely spot on 4. There's actually 5 par 5s on the golf course. Or, sorry, 5 par 4s actually averaging more than the 4th, the par 5. I got that out eventually, Richard.
I sort of knew what you were talking about, but I had to have a look at the board there just to confirm.
Well, this is going to confirm the fact that it's averaging 4 as that goes in. So a birdie for Jon Rahm as well. Shall I explain it again to you?
No, well, there was a lot of... Actually, when Sam comes back in, he can tell us. Do you remember there was a football score, wasn't there? 4-5-4-5.
East 5-4, 4-5-4.
That's it?
Yeah.
No need to talk to me in Spanish.
I'll come back to that one.
6T, Joost Luiten.
418 yards. This has got longer as the years have gone on. This 6th hole used to be just a 2-iron, a little flick with a sand iron or a wedge. A bit different now.
Yeah, they moved the tee back onto the other course.
Yeah.
So yeah, the East course, and it's probably back about 50-60 yards from where we used to tee off. I remember when they first did it, they had some railway tracks and some big sort of planters with trees in them, so they could actually separate it.
I think they've still got that, if I remember rightly. The railings are just sort of bottom right of your screen, the rails that the hedge travels along. Just a 3-wood here for Tyrrell Hatton.
Right. Nice big shout of 4. Yeah, it's pretty lush over there on the right side as well.
Look at the 5th, second par 3, 2 par 3s in the first 5 holes here at Wentworth. 4 bunkers there, nicely surrounded. Green mainly slopes from left to right, but I won't give the yardage away, and otherwise I've virtually taken everything away from you.
Stealing my job, Boxy. 209 yards to go to this back left pin. It should suit Min Woo Lee's eye. Likes to work it left to right. You actually can't see any of the green features from this tee box, although it's slightly elevated. But as soon as the ball lands short of this pin, it should feed down a bit. Wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a 3/4 sink and a follow through.
Something in the crowd.
Thank you.
Yes, a busy little corner over there of the golf course, just distracted. Doing exactly what you should do. Stand back, regroup, repicture the shot, go through your entire process again. That, I'm afraid, is a very loose iron shot.
It really is a big old green, this.
I like that because it's a good one. You put a little flight to it if you want, or, you know, holding that wind just a little bit. It's absolutely perfect, Rambo.
Personally, I prefer a back pin than a front. I think it's a bit more gettable, especially with this slope just short of the flag. Depends, you've got two options. You club up, take the spin off it, land it short, it should release. Otherwise, pick that number and try and carry it all the way. It's still relatively soft out here.
Oh, another decent hit from Rambo, as he was called there by his caddy, Adam. And interestingly, just to the right of this fifth green, there's a big house with SS on the front gates, which is owned, I believe, by Sylvester Stallone, the original Rambo.
Is that true?
I don't. It's just a good story, isn't it?
No, it is a very good story.
Apparently, allegedly, Hatton now.
Yeah, he's buried here, and he's got nothing, to be honest with you. It should be two pitches and a putt, but he's having a crack over these trees from 145. Horrible lie.
Well, he's done very well indeed. From described a horrible lie, that was very good attack on the ball, got a decent contact, and he's found the surface. I love Richard's stories.
I've been listening to them for a long time, 23 years or so now, but he's got some good ones.
They're okay. Not as good as your stories, though, Boxy. I mean,
well,
and I've heard them a few times as well, but they're still very funny. Woo Lee, he had a 62 yesterday, and as Boxy said, really hard to follow up a round like that with another low one. And despite a 3-putt at the first, apart from that, it's been more of the same.
Yes, it was a good bounce back at the second, as you say, that 3-putt on the first hole there, Rich. And that from 148 yards. Good enough for a 2.
How impressive was the tee shot up the third, miles through the air. That's a 3/4 wedge. And of course, when you've got a wedge in your hand, that's what you can do, almost as close as the previous hole.
Yeah, that would lead to a birdie. This one eyeing it up and down. A little bit down the left side, but only just nice. Little kick off the left side there. Just staying on. Wouldn't make a 3. But good enough for a birdie. 3 birdies on the spin for Woo Lee, moves him to -8.
Well, the last 5 yards of this, let's say 35-yard bunker shots, all downhill, so it should trickle down off the left. I'm seeing this release a bit, to be honest, from this sort of flat lie.
Yeah, well done. Chose to fly it all the way. You can do that because the greens are soft. It was an awkward length, wasn't it? They say that's probably the hardest length in golf. Now, we wondered if he'd chip left below right. He was doing this on the range, and he's doing it out on the course, Jamie.
Yeah, he is, Mark. First time he's chipped like this today. And a pretty good shot from there. His grass was lying into him, just didn't jump on him.
It's a great idea for him, in all honesty, because he really did have, I don't like saying the word, but it was a very nervy action, and he hit a lot of very poor chip shots under pressure. So for him, a completely different feel. He can use it as a drill and to take out on the golf course. You are nervous a little bit doing that for the first time, but Fitzpatrick uses it all the time, and it looks like a better action now for him.
Well, he's had 2.5 months away from the game, and he's naturally, like all of us, seen Fitzpatrick doing it. He's obviously had a little bit of a practice, had the time to do it, and as you say, nothing to lose really, given, you know, where that part of the game really was for him. But yeah, nice chip shot there for him. Hatton with an unlikely birdie putt, really, given where that ball was lying off the tee.
Yeah, it was a great shot, Rich, to get to here with the wedge. It really was. Just hammered it. Interestingly, Yost putted out of the rough at the on the 4th hole, made a birdie. Thought he was going to see the chipping action then, but that's the first time he's deployed it today. So Hatton, it's a makeable putt, this. Just up a little valley. A little bit of left to right on it. About 25 feet. Good chance. Be something 3. It's a bit of a sleeper this hole now, isn't it, off that back tee? Not an easy fairway to hit.
Well, he scared the hole from over 50 feet at the last. This is obviously not quite as long. Oh, he scared it again. Just grazing the left edge. He saw the same break as Jamie, and it's finished behind the hole, so a fraction less pace he might have had that.
Jon Rahm for birdie at the par 3, 5th.
Greens are the fastest they've been over the 3 days. Today, 12 feet 6 inches is the green speed. That's just a couple of inches faster than they were the first 2 days. And as always, of course, presented beautifully. Hats off to Kenny Mackay and the team for the job they do every year.
So par putt to stay at 8 under for Luiten. Yeah, that was right in the middle. So 2 under through 6. That's better than you were hoping, I should imagine. 2 under through 6. That's a nice start. Par putt for Lee, not to be. So he's not at a par yet.
Bogey the first, another one there at 5. 3 birdies in between. So no one really yet emerging from the pack to threaten, although you can see Mathieu Pavon's on the front 9 and he's just birdied 6 and 7. So 4 birdies in the first 7 holes from the Frenchman. Well, I suppose he has emerged, hasn't he? Because he's only 2 shots off the lead.
Been very good scoring, as you'd expect from no wind and a soft golf course. Halfway cut came at 4 under par. That is the lowest we've had at the BMW PGA Championship. And there you go, 10 under par you need to be inside the top 10.
Yeah, it's good scoring. I mean, as we have discussed, there's placing, which makes a big difference. You're always going to have a decent lie on the fairway. Looking down here at the 7th, Jamie's down there.
Yeah. Fairway metal for Yost, probably his rescue. Yeah, that's a rescue. The height that went. Down the hill, get it on the flat. Playing well, isn't he, after that break?
He is, yeah. 2 under through the first 6, Jamie. That sets you up for a good chance to do quite a low score.
Well, you've got 2 bunkers that come into play. The one on the left, 266 yards to carry, and the one on the right, 288 yards to reach. Really like this play, fairway metal in hand, trying to hug the right-hand side. Pins in that front left corner, gives you a nice angle in. It's a short hole today.
target line. You can see right in the middle of the screen there, between those two bunkers. Is that cutting back? I think yeah. Richie Kaufman's just popped out for a little bit of a break here. Sam, you're back in. Welcome back.
Thank you, Richard. I can call you Richard and know I'm speaking to you now. Not Boxy. Little unlucky there from Ron. Quite aggressive with the tee shot, wasn't he?
Perfect.
I can't believe it. Jon Rahm used the same club as yesterday. It's a little bit into off the left, if anything. He's absolutely piped that one. Min Woo Lee, maybe you're looking to do something similar. The rough on the left is looking juicy. You want to be on the short stuff.
That just looks perfect from Min Woo Lee, cutting it back into the middle of the fairway. The perfect tee shot. Sets himself up in front left, in great shape to make a birdie. He'll probably make his first par of the day.
Similar club for Tyrrell Hatton down the hill, the 7th, trying to find that bottom plateau with a 3-wood. Oh, and that is well down there. That's lovely. Flag today is up on the back tier, 20 yards, 4 from the right, so he's got a great chance of attacking that flag from where he is.
Some excellent scoring out there today. It really is pick and place. Nice to see Francesco Molinari out there at 10 under par. Matthew Jordan, all these players teeing off a little bit later. There was an hour-and-a-half delay this morning due to fog. Nothing to do with thunder and lightning or rain or anything like that, but it was just getting to that time of the year now where it gets quite foggy, misty in the mornings. And those stars that are there, that's showing the players that have already won a Rolex event. You see Ian Poulter's name come up, Jon Rahm, you'll see 4 stars, which is fairly impressive. Couple of 67s in the clubhouse. And if you're at 8 under par, you're just outside the top 20. It really is good scoring. Rasmus Højgaard there at 8 under par. I feel him and his brother Nikolai will make the Ryder Cup team, Sam, don't you?
Oh, I'd love to see it, yes. I know certainly one of them will make it.
Yeah.
You can't actually say which one because they're both damn good.
They are, yeah. 5 wins between them both. Eddie Pepperell, he's got a little more form now. But I say for some of these players that are going out a little bit later, it's going to be quite a long day because they've been sort of getting their heads around their tee-off time, and then you've got an hour and a half extra to play with.
Nice to see Matt Southgate coming back with a bit of form.
Yeah,
see?
Yeah, Matthew Southgate. Quite. There's Tyrrell Hatton there. Look at those 4 stars. That means 4 Rolex events, 6 events on tour he's won in total, and he certainly picked some good ones to win.
It's a bit like being back at school, isn't it, when you used to get the gold stars?
Yeah,
I never really ever got any gold stars.
I didn't get too many of them. I wouldn't have thought any of us 3 got many gold stars when we were at school.
Speak for yourself, yeah.
Did you get a few?
No.
I wouldn't give you like any stars either.
No, I bet you got some, Jamie.
Ah, a few, you know. It's not what you know, Rich. Up the hill though, difficult shot this at 7, always has been. It's a wedge, but it's a good one. It's a buggy on the path, just coming to a halt. Flag back right, and it's carry all the way, so ideally pitch it past the pin. Might get a little bit of suction.
Jamie, still no wind at all?
Nothing, Sam, it's just pure.
Just gorgeous, eh? You'd love to be out there playing.
Got to be mindful of the spin here from that distance. Oh, he's played it perfectly. Behind the hole, as Jamie said, the spinning back to it. Top class from Luiten.
Rahm and Lee virtually made a third of the way round the course. And Rahm just ran through that first cut of rough into the thicker rough. And how's it lying, Incy?
Jon Rahm's ball was actually lying quite nicely, but Min Woo Lee to go first, and I like this play, laying back up, leaving yourself with a fuller yardage. Pins in that front left portion of the green. Just 3 yards left, so you're looking right, especially with a ball above your feet. 124 yards to go. I like a full 54.
Get lucky.
Well, he didn't like it when he hit it. Yeah, I guess. Knew he'd overhit it straight away. Maybe having to take just a fraction off that 54-degree wedge.
He knew as soon as
looks
he
like he
hit it,
just
Mark, as
clubbed
well,
up.
didn't he? Just come over the top of it a bit.
Well, given it can be really nasty sometimes, this is sitting at quite nicely actually, 101 yards to go. It's a real feel shot, taking dead aim, looking to pitch it on the number.
Second shot for Hatton, perfect tee shot. Great shot from his partner. It's about 3 feet. And Woo Lee. He's Luiten, sorry.
Oh my god, that is so close to being really good.
No, it is really good, Tyrrell, don't worry.
It's lovely sound when he hits it, isn't it, Tyrrell?
It is.
Yeah.
It's a shame he can't hear it.
It is.
I love the guy. I think he's a fabulous player, and he's interesting. He's intriguing.
Yeah, I spoke to him. I think it was last year. I said, "What did you get up to in, in this lockdown period?" And he said to me, "He said I got into colouring in." I said, "No, you didn't." He said, "I did." And he showed me this picture of this parrot that he coloured in. It was all done by numbers and all that. He got right into it. Mind you, I started doing jigsaws. What did you do?
I'm waiting for the punchline, Richard, to be honest.
No, that is fact. Honestly, he got really into colouring. You're looking at me with a blank face there.
Well, just thinking how exciting you both are. You're doing jigsaws, Tyrrell's colouring in.
We're all stuck now.
Yeah, we don't know quite what. All I can tell you is it wasn't the best of shots from Lee, was it? There, from the fairway.
No, the way he's been going, that was a poor one. Tried to just hold it up, just turned it over a fraction, and the difference that can make is 30 yards, as you can see there.
Looking to chip this one. Ball on that first cut of rough. I mean, it's sitting up pretty nicely. And also taking a lot of slope out of play. If he was to putt this, it would be a bit of a triple breaker. Left to right, right to left, and then back the other way.
Incy, have you played with his sister?
I have not, no.
Okay, I was just
Played in
wondering
the
if
same
there's
tour
any
a bunch of times.
similarities in their game.
What a talented family, though. I'll take that.
I'd love to be around the dinner table, wouldn't you, just listening to their great stories. He is chipping it, isn't he?
Yeah, just trying to trap this one, looks like.
Wonderful touch. A pressure-free par from a poor second.
And that's another part of the Min Woo Lee game that's really top draw. Nothing missing.
Hatton first to the birdie on 7. Will it come in? Go, go, go! Yeah! Well done, Tyrrell Hatton. He thought he left it short. The body language does work sometimes. Well done. Love him to go on a run.
It's great fun to watch him, isn't it? It doesn't matter whether it's a birdie or bogey or double. He's always got something to say. He's entertaining, and we want entertaining players out there. That's what you get with Tyrrell.
He actually gives us something to say.
Heart on the sleeve, isn't he? That's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Rory.
I'm going to say, is he just checking the line on the ball there? He's, did you use a line on the ball, Incy, when you played?
It depends how bad I was putting, to be honest. And I was one of those people that chopped and changed a lot, and that's a very obvious sign for someone struggling. Now, speaking of Jon Rahm, hasn't actually holed too much so far from what I've seen. A subtle bit of double breaker, maybe mostly off the left to start with. It's going to straighten up towards the end.
Good try there. You saw him just fiddling with his pads of his thumbs there. That's the pressure points. That's what you need in the top of your grip. See, both thumbs on top of the grip. That's where you got all the feel from. Oh, yes, what a putt that was. He's further away than he was a second. Just a bit aggressive and poor putt, pushed it.
I don't remember him putting left low right. Do you?
Well, he's done it with his chipping. Maybe it's just part of,
yeah.
He bought a package deal.
Buy one, get one free.
It's for the chipping. I can understand it with the chipping because you can pull through.
Yeah.
It's hard to get everything locked together going through the ball.
47-year-old Soren Kjeldsen there at 12 under par alongside Victor Hovland. They are now going to tee off at 20-3. They were due to go off at 1:10 so it's building up into a great afternoon. McIlroy there on that. The last person you want is him breathing down your neck, lads, isn't it?
McIlroy?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. He must love it.
It's such a wonderful advantage, doesn't he, the way he drives the golf ball, combination of accuracy and length when he gets to the par fives. It's a different game to the one I played, Richard, and I'm sure it's a different game to the one you played as well. We loved what we did. We were good players. Sam, you were, I consider, a great player, but it's a different game McIlroy plays.
That's very kind, Mr. Rowe. Thank you very much. I was about to say to you that self-praise is no praise, and then you give me a compliment like that. No, I can't say it. You two were good. You were very good, boys. Don't be so negative. 3 wood, Jamie.
Yeah, 3 wood for Hatton down the 8th. Some good holes, 6, 7 and 8. They're all birdie ball, but at the same time you've got to be careful. In my head, Sam, we're 4-2 flat.
Yes,
you and I.
Yes. Full
today.
press.
Well, you let me win the first few so you can get some presses on.
Only 2 of them.
He was good at that, Jamie, wasn't he?
He was. You need to get over this ditch, really, down the right.
I guess with 3 wood, that's where he's trying to go. See, isn't it? It's a huge advantage. You can get it over there, just sand wedge it, and certainly a great flight on it. But no, it's right in at the bottom. So maybe that was 5 wood. He was trying to lay it up.
Yeah, I think that was the 5 wood, Sam. 3 wood would have gone further than that, but he's double now.
Funny you'd be so aggressive with a layup, Jamie. You'd think 3 iron. Play it 20 yards short of it.
Yeah, I think it's either a layup or a driver. It looks like he's got driver to me down here on the fairway.
He does.
Yeah, why not? Knock it over all the rubbish with this. Just got to get the ball on the fairway, pin way back left. You want to be on the short stuff here.
It's almost a chest lift through the ball in Louten's swing, and he's launched that. It's going to be a little bit further to the left, hopefully on that second plateau, but Hatton has got all sorts of problems there. If he's gone under the bank there, he might have a decision to make.
7th tee, 396 yards this one. Rahm out with a 5 wood there. Maybe a left to right 3 wood. Pitching it on that downslope. Always used to be, didn't it? 2 iron to the top, catch the downslope and run it down onto the flat bit.
I was just thinking that. And it's a much harder shot to fly all the way to the bottom because you bring so much more trouble into play. Lee. Just the rescue. See where this pitch is. It'd be probably a pitch half down the hill. Perfect. Carried it a long way, didn't he, Mark?
He's sneaky long. So he just has. He has another gear in the swing and hits it. He hits it like McIlroy. Hits it high, and he hits it so far through the air.
Patrick Reed moving along nicely. Too far ahead. He won't be winning. He's not got enough holes left to play, but Leader in the clubhouse is Bernd Wiesberger at 10 under par. These players. Oliver Wilson, last week's winner, 3 under today, moves to -10. Start the day at 7 under par. That's a great start, 3 under through the first 4.
It's been way too long for Molinari as well, hasn't it, since he's been right in the mix. Did have a good Open Championship, so clearly the form coming back, and he's a former winner here. So maybe something low from Francesco today.
Matthew Jordan on that second page there. He's looking for his first win, going out today at 10 under par. 2-time winner James Morrison, 9 under par yet to go out. And Marcus Armitage had a good season. Marcus Armitage due another win, I feel, Armitage, after winning was the Porsche European Open.
Yeah, he's steady, hasn't he? He had a good chance at the Belfry. He went out there right at the top of the leaderboard in the final round. Didn't quite work out for him, but yeah, a lot more to come from Marcus Armitage.
A couple of Rolex wins for Tommy Fleetwood. Same for Fitzpatrick and defending champion Billy Horschel, who obviously gets that from winning this last year. And there's a look at the 7th. The red dots, red golf balls, whatever you want to call them. They're the birdies. 9 of them so far today.
Probably, high 30s.
And it's going to be Rahm to go first, isn't it?
Yep.
It is 139 yards to go. A similar pin to yesterday. Got a bit of a backstop beyond this pin. It's actually quite awkward for Rahm. It plays half a club uphill, and it's a little bit of breeze. It's weird. You can feel it sometimes. Other times it just disappears. I'm looking at the clouds. They're definitely moving, so it means it's up there. In between a 50 and a wedge. Let's see what he fancies. Got to watch out for that spin. You got a huge tear just short of the flag.
I think he likes it, but he turned away at the end. Yeah, there's why he knew it was short. Oh, that's going to go all the way back down to the front of the green. Normally that's where the pin is in the Sunday. Anyway, tough 2-putt for par, Mark.
I was going to say, Sam, probably odds on a 3-putt from down there. That must be 65 feet he's got left.
.129 yards to go for Minwoo Lee. Got a bit of room beyond this pin as well, 8 yards to say the least. Quite like one, pitching just beyond the flag, trying to spin it down a bit if you can. It always feels like you need to control the distance and the spin when you're taking on these pins, especially when you've got a wedge.
Wind's a little left to right, yeah? Yes.
Must carry this past the pin. Probably to the right of it with a better angle. It comes back to the left. So picks this about 12 feet past the pin. Pulled it. That's okay. Pin high. That's fine. Poor shot over the wedge. You're dancing around the pin with that club in your hand.
Well, absolutely buried, isn't he, in that grass there? I mean, under the bank. And that's quite a brave shot to actually go over the water from there. That was, well, he took it on, didn't he? He's got a lot of green to work with. A little awkward chip. Not a lot of room behind the flag, but it may well still scramble a par 4, Tyrrell Hatton. Well, it's his second shot for Luiten. Oh, it's just a great shot right at it. And Pitchmark did him a favour there, took a little speed out, the ball spinning back. Yes, he's in the drop zone, but he wasn't dropping it. That was his tee shot. Took the driver from the tee. Played the hole aggressively and, well, hopefully he's going to make a birdie. He deserves it. These are two great shots. Super drive, super approach shot. Luiten on a bit of a roll here, Sal.
Well called with the pitch mark. Yeah, it's nice. He's fresh, isn't he? He's had a lot of time off. He's out here loving being in contention, even if it is for a top 10 place. So wherever he can finish, the highest he can finish. But it's really nice to hear the crowds roar you on and come back with a wonderful game of play.
Just a big day for him. I mean, he wants to get well up inside that top 10. Huge prize money, huge DP World Tour points available, and Luiten needs them at 177 in the rankings. This is not an easy two-putt, Incy.
You said it, Rory. It's three-putt territory for most, to be honest. Putting from the front portion of the green up a steep tier to the top. Not far off straight.
It looks like he's almost got to hit this off the green on the right here to get to this whole location. We shall see. It's extremely slow. Now he's almost going straight at it, and then you see how far left it will go. That's not bad at all. That's actually a great putt from Jon Rahm. Good chance of getting this far.
Yeah, I think to get that online, Sam, I think you're right. I think he had to literally putt through the fringe of the green there. Hatton's third. Oh, he's played that nicely. Look at that, you beauty.
You knew that as soon as they hit it, Dickie, didn't you?
Yeah.
You can't believe it. Nice to be that aggressive, going straight at the water. On the other side, lovely.
Fair to say this hole wouldn't be in Tyrrell Hatton's top 500. Doubled it in round one. He just doesn't enjoy this hole. Great shot from Luiten. Two good shots. Hope he doesn't hit this putt as hard as he did in the last green. Doesn't do much, this one, for Luiten, for the three. Dangerous player when he gets that irons going, Luiten.
Great stuff. Jimmy, do you know, has he just changed the cross-handed putting? I know he's cross-handed chipping, but I don't know if he was cross-handed putting last time he played. Do you know?
Yeah, I seem to remember him putting that way, Sam.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Which would help him develop the chipping if he's already accustomed to the feel on the club like that.
Yeah, it's a new addition to his chipping, but a good one, I think. You've got to copy other players, haven't you?
Definitely.
Always watch what people who are good at things and copy. A bit like you, Sam.
I copied everybody I saw.
We copied you.
What a mess we get into. Now Tyrrell, fantastic second shot, great third shot, poor drive, nice for power. Not much break. Well done, Tyrrell, well done.
Yeah, it was fun to watch the way he played the pitch shot, wasn't it? With so much spin, it was real skidding check spin shot, and stays 1 under par for the day. But Luiten is on a roll. He's 3 under now, and he's up to 9 under. Great play from the Dutchman.
Birdie attempt. Oh, he's got it at the 7th. Woo Lee, 4th birdie of the day. Only had 1 par. That was at 6 on the last hole.
He's a birdie machine, isn't he? I mean, he took a 9 at the 17th in round 1.
So another birdie there from Patrick Reed at the 14th takes him to the top of the leaderboard. He's too far ahead. He won't be winning. But Kelton and Hovland yet to go out. Tied on that score. Oliver Wilson again on the first page of the leaderboard. Mark mentioning Francesco Molinari. Yeah, it is very good to see the past Open champion making his way. The start down there for Thomas Pieters there. 1 hole left to play, 5 under today. Birdie down the last for a round of 66 coming up for Thomas Pieters. And he fancies Shane Lowry to do very well today at 10 under par. Fair few players on 10 under. 9 of them in all. And I look back down to the 9th tee. Now, the one I always thought this was quite a good driving hole, Jamie.
Yeah, great hole, isn't it, Rich? The 9th. Long par 4. Driver for Luiten.
He seems to be singing it very well, Jamie, Luiten.
He's got on a bit of string, Sam, hasn't he? Brilliant drive, that. Could sell that later. He's been on the edge of Ryder Cup teams before, Joost Luiten. Tipped many times, hasn't made it. Well into his 30s now, you never know.
You never know when it'll come.
No.
You're wanting it to come.
Should be a 3-wood for Hatton, this. Down breeze today, the 9th. Bunker down the right, that's not in play. It's the one down the left that catches you, because that's really where you aim with this cambers left to right.
Just 3-wood for Hatton.
In a way, Sam, the way that they both go through the ball at impact, they both lift the chest. They're both quite high finishers in their follow through. Similarities in the follow through position.
You're a bit of a coach, Roy. I've got a question for you after watching Min Woo Lee hit his iron shot down 8. This is the club to hit down 8. Oh no! As soon as he hit it, he said sit. I think it was sit.
I did like the way you said, "I'm a bit of a coach." I enjoyed that.
Cool. Oh yeah, I think you've never gave me a lesson, so I don't know how good you are. You need to be awfully good to give me some help, but still. Forgot the question now.
I'm just thinking to myself,
too often.
now what did Sam actually ask him? He said, you're a bit of a coach now, and then you wandered off.
Yes, his follow through.
Yeah, go on.
You say lifts his chest up. I don't want to interrupt Ram's tee show. Well, watch this and then I'll ask you, because this is a beautiful swing that you have to watch. Now, he's going with 3-wood.
We talk about this swing, it all starts with great posture, doesn't it? Just look how he stands to it, it's so natural. And then yeah, it's a very short backswing, but the body rotation and the harmony of his hip turn and his arms and his chest spinning is just sublime. That's one of my favourite swings, Sam, by miles.
Oh, yes, you're a good judge then, he certainly is.
So that's how it looks. Keltson and Hovland still to go out. 20-3 they will tee off and start by hopefully making their birdies and ease their way up the leaderboard there, as Thomas Dietrich looking for his first win. And McIlroy breathing right down your neck there, 11 under par.
Do you think McIlroy will win today, Richard?
I do think McIlroy will win today, do you?
100%, yeah. I love his game. He played so well last week. He is... I don't think he'll ever go over St Andrews.
No.
I mean, he played just as good as you can for 4 days there, and it didn't quite happen for him.
No, it didn't.
There's Luiten, 3 under after 8, going well.
Yes, I mean, we had to look at a stat the other day, I think it was yesterday, where the front nine was, on average, was +3, and the back nine was minus 177, wasn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Incredible. So you get 3 under through 8 or 9. Sorry, Mark, you keep wanting to jump in. We're sort of leaving you out of this a bit. Go on. What do you want to say?
I was just thinking about something Sam said a few moments ago. I saw Min Woo Lee there at -8, and Sam mentioned the fact he'd taken a 9 there on the first day. I also think he took a 6 there yesterday, so that's 15 shots that Min Woo Lee has taken to play the 17th hole. Well, give him a couple of 4s there, Min Woo Lee would be leading.
He would be leading by 3. So the question, Mark, Tyrrell Hatton's follow through. He lifts his chest up as he comes through. I was always taught that the straight right arm through the ball, get extension through the shot. He doesn't, he pulls it up. How does he do that? Does his hands and arms follow his chest, or? Because he really is it's almost like an abbreviated follow through. I love it. I just want to know how he does it.
Well, I think it's just the most amazing thing, Sam, is it's like everywhere. You go up and down the range, you watch 75 tour pros hitting balls, and every golf swing is slightly different. And the synchronisation and the harmony is just a fraction out on some of them, and a fraction of difference in the way they do it. I mean, at the end of the day, we are looking at him hitting 3-wood off the tee there, and we're hitting drivers, and we know that the driver is the only club in the golf bag for everybody listening at home that you can hit up on. And it doesn't matter if you hit slightly up on the drivers, but obviously I'm like you. I much preferred the feeling of compressing the golf ball down, hitting down 4 to 6 degrees down, they say is the average for a tour pro to hit down. And yeah, I mean, but every swing is different.
Okay, Jamie, I think you're waiting to come in. He's waffling like a politician here, not answering the questions. I'll let you tell us, please.
You
Jamie.
can talk, can't he, Rowie? Oh, underwater he can talk. He's a good swimmer, actually, Mark Rowe.
A good diver, wasn't he? High board.
Yeah, we've thrown him off a few boats, but he always surfaces. 162 for Hatton. That is bang on his 8-iron, but that tree in front of him is troublesome. So he's going to have to do a bit of a cut, which is good news. Wind's off the left as well, so it's all helping him, and the ball below his feet. So he should be able to get some cut spin with this, with an 8-iron. Difficult pin. Cut on the left. So there's a lot in his favour here.
I guess I need to respond just slightly, Jamie. Sink or swim, that's what I was always taught. You know, I'm a northern lad from Sheffield. I knew that eventually you'd try and throw me off the boat, so I learnt to swim very young.
And we thought eventually you'd sink, but it hasn't happened yet.
I remember you in some of our hotels back in the day, diving off the bridges and the bars because you were a great diver.
Him and Mark Rowe, him and Robert Lee, they were very well behaved couple of young men, weren't they?
Weren't they?
Never got up to any mischief at all.
Enjoy the journey. Enjoy the
the
journey.
same.
Have some fun along the way, you know. Wouldn't change a second, Sam, and I think that's the wonderful thing about life on tour, the life we led over the years, and a life in golf would not change 1 second.
What a position for Rahm here. Tough one over the... I can see the top of the ball, maybe? No, I couldn't. He's got it out. He likes it. Is it on line? Don't want to be left. Oh, that's just a fabulous shot from where he was. He could hit 10 from there, not hit a better one. Magnificent.
Can he get up and over these trees, or has he got to move it left to right, Jamie?
He's got to move it left to right. He can't go over the top of the big one, which is 25 yards in front of him. So he's going to skirt it, go as tight as he can, and hit a little bit of a left to righter, which he should be able to do from this lie with the wind off the left.
That's a good one from Hatton.
Woo Lee is back right there, I think, Sam, isn't he?
I think so.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah, you can see him going up there. This is not your nervous Sunday morning shot, is it? We're going to come back to this one. Don't worry, we will let you see this chip. This is not easy.
149 for Luiten. The number here is 44 to carry. It's a wedge, but boy, it's a good one. He's not sure.
Big drive, Jamie.
Wasn't it? I remember hitting wedge in here, Richard.
Only for my third.
I beat you to it.
You did.
You might be hitting a little 9 here, but with the wind off the left, it's never easy to hit little shots. I think he's just going to pummel this wedge.
Should be a good chance to get the 10 under par, this. In all honesty, from where he is, he'll be disappointed with that.
There we are, back to the 8th. Doesn't look very pleasant, this one, Incy.
This chip shot is not for the faint-hearted. Ball sat down And a relatively bare lie. It's soft as well. It's been sitting in the shadow all day, this part of the hole anyway. And there's soft ground. Anything landing on the green works away from you beyond this pin. You've only got 2-3 yards, and then you've got the penalty, water, agua. I mean, amateurs at home, if you give this a go, it's guaranteed to finish short all along. I'm seeing this as a trapped back foot. Land it short of the green, try and release it like a putt towards the end. And I think that's the percentage play. You can't really look to land this on the green.
He can sometimes surprise you with his shot selection, Minwoo, but he has walked down there, Incy, just looking at the fringe, right on the edge of the cut. Now, let's see how he sees it.
Yeah, 99% of the world sees it played like that. Get it on the ground quick, no chance of getting in the water. But it's poorly played. He'll be very disappointed. It was difficult, but it wasn't impossible. Eight and 9 there, 8 goes up to the right and 9 got up the railway line on the left. And down here to Jon Rahm, fabulous shot here from in that thick piece of rough on the mound. I think he's missed a green yet. Oh, there you go. 8 out of 8. Played really well so far.
He has. He had a lot of putts yesterday that got very close.
I'll tell you what, this was a cracking second shot. Ball was seriously sat down. It was unbelievable. Beautifully controlled, always difficult to do. Now birdie chance downhill, a little bit off the right.
Keep turning. Oh, it's just been the story of the week for Jon Rahm. You wonder if it's just been the reading of the greens. He's just shaved the edge so many times. The pace of the putts has been good. And as we saw there, tee to green's been strong as well. You have those weeks sometimes where you just can't quite see the greens, you don't see the breaks, and yeah, muttering to himself because he could be so many shots better. Brilliant tee shot and a wedge to here for Luiten, looking to get to 10 under par. So 32 to the turn, par 35, 37 the par on the back 9. Excellent front 9 from Luiten. Here's the putts that have been made. They're the green golf balls, so they've all been pretty close. Hatton, 15 feet, Jamie.
Yeah, it's a great chance, isn't it? Super shot here in here. Best shot of the day for Hatton so far. Feels like it's a little bit left to right for me, this. Straight will probably go in. Just feels like it's going to fade at the end, this putt. Slammed it through the break, didn't he?
Yeah, it did. It bobbled as well, Jamie. Just in the first 12 inches or so, it just jumped slightly. I think it jumped a little offline.
So Tyrrell Hatton turns in 34. Well, it's been an entertaining round so far from Woo Lee. Some brilliant, some indifferent, and I think that falls in the latter category. Drop shot. Well, that was a nice little lunch break. Bit of roast chicken, a few roast potatoes.
Yeah, all right, all right.
Have you not had yet?
No, not
No?
yet.
Oh.
That's okay, Dickie. Glad you're happy.
Full stomach, always happy. Well, we've got a new leader. Patrick Reed, what a tear he's been on the back nine. Maybe running out of holes though, because, I mean, listen, he's made a run at it, but he's only one ahead of the duo that were leading overnight, Søren Kjeldsen and Victor Hovland. Still a little while before they head out. Great to see Oliver Wilson backing up what he did in Himmerland last week, eagling the fourth, helping him to 10 under par. Thomas Pieters putting together a fine round as well, just outside the top 10.
Jon Rahm, 9th tee, just a 3-wood here, I think, Incy. That looks a beauty. Perfect.
Swinging great, Jon Rahm. Nothing wrong with the tee to green game. Putter stone cold this week so far.
Number one, see it past it about 3 meters. You can be aggressive on that line.
171, this 10th hole, in the middle of these beautiful pine trees. And Joslaug's looking up. Where's the wind? There isn't any. If anything, there's a slight breeze off his right. Tricky pin, front right. Must be left of this pin. There'll be a little 7-iron for Luiten. Don't think he gets there. 3 or 4 yards past his flag is good.
Excellent shot there from Luiten. It's a safe line, but this is exactly what you're looking for. Come off that bike. Down to about 12-15 feet for his birdie. Very well done.
Three wood. Also, I say 3 wood, 3 metal, of course. For Min Woo Lee, just a lazy sort of 265, 270. So 2 excellent tee shots down the 9th.
You can see the average proximity to the hole, so that's on average so far today. Where the field have hit it to 25 feet. Luiten very much inside of that.
Well, both Hatton and Dan Barrett keep looking up to the sky. Always look at the clouds when you play Wentworth, don't look at the trees. But there aren't many clouds up there. There's not much breeze either. There should be an 8-iron for Hatton. Seems to be taking half a club less than Luiten today. Aiming left again, trying to use that bank with the 8.
That's a lovely swing. I think he likes it. I'm not sure though. Oh yeah, he did. That was gorgeous. You can always tell with the balance of the player as he goes through the ball. If he's in perfect balance, he'll 9 times out of 10 would have hit a perfect shot.
So 2 different ways to play the par 3 10th. Hatton going straight over the top of the flag. Luiten using that little bank to the left-hand side. Both very effective and 2 very good birdie tries to come. Yeah, super little par 3. It's one of the pretty golf holes on this course. And then they'll cross to the 11th tee. They go back uphill and right to left.
Used to be you get through this hole and it's birdie. It's birdie time.
Absolutely.
11 right to the end. It's a little bit harder now than it used to be. 15's harder, 17's harder, but still it's birdie time.
You always used to find 14 up the hill, the par 3, just a little tricky when you can never see the bottom of the flag. But you are right. I think once you get to the 11th tee, 3 under par is about level par for players of this caliber.
Into the back nine we go, and of course celebrating its centenary. As Mark was saying, 12 there, the par 5, good birdie opportunity. 11 as well, get your tee shot away, and then the 2 par 5s to close at 17. The much changed over the years. 18th, the Burma course at Wentworth Club.
Burma Road, was it called? The Burma Road?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the Burma Road.
Yes. Yeah, interesting. We, 4 players here. It's big hitting, Jon Rahm, Hatton, and Min Woo Lee, explosive. But so far today, of our 4, it's Luiten who's been outscoring them.
Big crowds around the 10th. There's a big food court just the other side of the trees. Everybody can enjoy their lunch as well. Hope you save some for me, Richard.
I'm not sure what time the lunch tent shuts actually. And all.
I know. I've just texted the office.
I put a roast beef, vegetables, gravy.
There's always
aside for you.
Well, as I say, there'll always be a salad left.
I'm not sure it'll be hot when you come in, but it will be there. You make a lovely
Appreciated.
sandwich with the roast beef. I purposely didn't put the gravy over it, so you could make a nice sandwich.
See, you always think about the Sam.
I tried to, Jamie. Tried to. Now I'm thinking about Hatton. Is he going to make this? Right edge?
He deserves one, I'd say. Yeah, no, it's a bit more than that.
Is it more? Is it really? Okay.
Yeah, they're quicker today. Bit of shine down the green here. Bit more than that.
Well, on this occasion, 13 feet unlucky for Tyrrell.
It's amazing how the course has dried out, though. I know the sub-air system, which is blowing away underneath the ground, helps, but still a lot of rain we've had here over the last 4 or 5 days.
Perfect tee shot at 9 for Min Woo Lee. Into second. Just the medium iron. I think he likes it. Doesn't want to go right. Just pushed it a little bit. Tough pin. You're always guarding about short siding yourself, meaning missing the green left. And no green to work with. So just a little protective there.
Slippery one coming up here for Loudon. You can see the shine from ball to hole. That means how much quicker it is down here for Yost, and I just favour a little bit of left to right, but not much, I wouldn't want to leave the hole because it's quick. Keep it inside the hole.
You're right, Jamie. Sorry, Mark, right. Just outside and it stayed there, Jamie. Dead right. Well called.
Yeah, it was spot on, wasn't he? It was inside the lip. The last putt he had down the hill there was earlier on at the 6th hole, and he knocked it further past than he actually was, so he was probably also a little wary of the pace as well.
What was the first year you played here, Mark, in competition?
I'm going to say 1985, I think, was the first year I played, and I holed a 40-yard bunker shot on the 18th for an eagle for a total of 5 over par, thinking happy days, believe it or not, I'm going to make the cut. The cut being 4 under this year shows you how it's changed over the years, and it was 65 dead on +4 at the end of the day, and I missed by a shot.
Kind of set the trend there.
And Alton putting together a very nice scorecard. Back to 9.
Jon Rahm, perfect. This will be dancing round the pin. We need a move from Rahm. 9 iron, as you can see. Come on, John. Yeah, that's better. Come on, let's come back in 29, Mr. Rahm. Give us some excitement, something to shout about. You're well capable.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, he could do that in a heartbeat, couldn't he, Jon Rahm? He just needs to find some putts. That's all that's missing.
I tell you, Patrick Reed's actually just made a par at 16, so he remains 13 under, one ahead of Kjeldsen and Hovland. It's over an hour before they head out. Thomas Dietrich, I just wonder, he's got his card on the PGA Tour now, having come through the Corn Ferry Tour, and maybe that's kind of takes a lot of bit of pressure off his shoulders and can have a sort of a free hit out there this afternoon. Thomas Dietrich.
Yeah, well, we're waiting for him to come of age, aren't we? I mean, what a gorgeous swinger.
Yeah, his Challenge Tour win came not far from here at Luiten when he won the Bridgestone Challenge.
Driver for Loudon on 11, 408.
It's perfect. He's picked up immediately. Back left pin at 11, that'll suit. Luiten will come back there.
Well, he's only had one par so far, Sam.
Yeah, that's the exciting kind of player he is. For such a young age, very aggressive and very good. Difficult putt here up the hill. A little bit off the right. But nothing to, he hasn't held a long one for a while. This would be a cracker, getting to 8 under. Would only be 5 behind the lead. He listened. Wonderful putt from Min Woo Lee. He gets the 8 under. Out in 2 under. That's a great front 9. Remember the front 9, I think, plays, was it 3 over? And the back 9, 177 under.
Great. Yeah,
so
there's your memory.
He's got a great chance now to get up there in the top 5 or 6.
Well, he almost had 3 eagles on the back 9 yesterday. Eagle 12 and 15, and so close to another at 18. Ooh,
Perfect tee shot from Hatton. That's it on the fairway, isn't
Oh, was
it?
that it on the fairway?
Oh, it was there when we turned the camera around.
Well, we've seen the birdie from Min Woo Lee. Rahm was considerably better. He's hit 9 out of 9 greens. Can he finally make a birdie? Just the obvious one at the par 5. 4th hole, and that's a super birdie for Jon Rahm. 33 to the turn for him. So perfect symmetry between them. 33 apiece. Different ways of doing it.
So what do you think in terms of if Reed can set? He's got 2 par 5s to come, Sam. And what's a competitive total? Do you think?
Patrick Reed, from where he is.
Yeah.
Well, he has the birdie in the last 2, maybe eagle 1 of them.
But would 15 unders, do you think, be enough?
I don't think it will be enough. No. I mean, our leaders haven't even gone out yet, and there would only be 3 shots behind his best finish. So no, I don't think that. You never know. Well, we can't see the weather deteriorating. That's not
yeah. I've heard it may get a little breezier, but nothing too extreme.
No, he'll set a target, possibly, depending what he does in the last couple. But I think it's a target that will probably be passed very early on in the last round when the guys get out there. Although the front 9 is the much harder 9, as we know. So you never know. He might set a target that will scare them. We shall see. We have the pleasure of watching it develop.
Well, time for a sandwich for Luiten.
Yeah, quite a sharp walk down from the 11th tee, and then they climb back up the hill. A little bit of a dogleg left to right. This is the par 3 10th hole, one of the pretty sweet little hole. This is just 171 it's playing today. The flag is on the front. It's 9 yards on and 3 from the right edge. And you've got a little bank to the left-hand side that you can use. And it's nestling amongst the pines, and it's a pretty golf hole, Incy.
You said it, Mark. You ticked all the boxes there. Pin in that front right portion, 171 yards. Should suit both players' eyes. They both like to visualise the ball moving left to right. Very gettable pin, I would say. It's
Yeah, this
perfect 8 iron.
Definitely all green light here. This pin, Incy, dead right.
We see the leaves of the bracken there behind the tee just moving, so there is a little bit of movement in the air, and that's a cracker from Jon. He's got his eye in now. Maybe. Sam, you called a strong back 9. I think we're going to see it.
Let's hope so. That's why we pay the license fee.
A brilliant part of the golf course as well. Brilliant for spectators. If you ever have an opportunity to come out here, watch the tournament. This is the busy part of the golf course. You've got par 3 10th, you've got the 11th, but also it shares a tee box with a par 4 8th as well. I just love this par 3. I love a tree-lined par 3. The wind can swell, bounce off the trees. You've got to really look at the clouds. Looking up now, it's moving right to left, but the flag's not moving. For you guys in the box, how often did you work up to down? So in terms of looking at the cloud and then looking at maybe the flag or the grass in terms of determining wind direction and strength?
I used to wet my finger and hold it in the air, and whichever side got cold first was where the wind was coming. No, I'm serious. Old school,
Really?
sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Just lick your finger and put it in the air, and you'll see which area gets cold first, and that tells you where the wind's coming from.
And just in case you think he's, I'm going to say, in case you think he's joking, Incy, I did exactly the same as well.
8 iron, you can see just that hold off swing.
Let's pop back to the 11th. Luiten played here already, Jamie?
Louten's played. He's hit it about 12 feet. Good shot. Niall Horan's walking around with Tyrrell Hatton. You know you've made it. And someone's watching you play golf. Like Niall Horan, 98 yards for Hatton. Mid-wage for him, the 54.
Made myself giggle there. That was good.
Staring right down it, really. Got to pitch it all the way. The flag's just over the bunker on the left. But pitch it by the pin, one skip and spin it back.
Jamie, he just backed off the shot there and he said, I just made myself laugh. I don't know what he was thinking. But this should be close. Perfect distance for him. Just a little bit too much spin, but not too bad. 12 feet up the hill for birdie. Good chance for Hatton.
He probably, in all honesty, looked across and saw Niall Horan walking round with him and had a little giggle and thought, well, I'm obviously going in the right direction.
I think I know where you're going there, Mark.
But he's a golf nut, isn't he? And he's got his own management company, Modest Golf. He manages Miliozzi, amongst others.
You and Ferguson. There's a whole raft of male and female players he looks after.
I knew for sure you'd be able to name the whole management stable.
But he helps also. It helps run the tournament that was on the DP World Tour and LPGA and LET a few weeks ago in Northern Ireland, the ISPS Handle World Invitational. You can see on the par 3s this week, Woo Lee's done pretty well. Go on, Sam, you're going to say something?
Well, I just say he's such a sweetheart, Niall Horan, and he's obviously a very, very, very talented human being. And he's turned his talent to golf, and he just loves golf.
Yeah,
absolutely loves it. He's got some great players in his...
Still singing as well, though.
I believe so. I believe so. Yeah,
he's got a good solo career too.
That's how cool. How cool is it for the game of golf when you've got superstars from, films and music and industry and all love the game of golf, and we can all play together. That's the other thing about the game of golf. Everybody can tee up the same, and you can have your 45 shots, Richard. And
well, we had the pro-am. We had the pro-am. It's such a big celebrity pro-am there here on Wednesday. Niall Horan played in that. Lando Norris, the Formula One driver, was amongst the players in that too.
He's a favourite of my daughter Anushka. Incy, what do you think?
I think quite a lot of left to right movement, at least a yard or so. All downhill as well, with the greens being faster, it's going to move quite a bit. This whole green moves that way too.
They have to be aggressive now, Incy, don't they? This is the time. This is Sunday afternoon. It's time to move. 8 holes to go. Nothing but birdies and eagles. Fine, looks good. How's the speed? No, it stayed left. I don't believe it stayed left. Maybe a fraction firm. It looked a perfect line.
Quite a bit of break from the right for Hatton for his birdie. Probably a cup dead weight.
Well, he's rather aggressively tapping something down, which he actually could have tapped down before he hit the putt, but that's an excuse for the fact that he misread it. It was never on line.
Not a great tee shot, sets up nicely for a birdie chance, but I must admit, I found it really difficult to read the line on this putt. I know it's downhill, and I feel like it's got to move a certain direction. I just don't know which way. It's very subtle.
Well, we saw that with this one. He borrowed too much to the left. So it's straighter than they think.
Well, here comes the Rahm move. Back-to-back birdies either side of the turn, and Rahm moving up the leaderboard. Luiten.
It's in.
Birdie number 4 of the round for the Dutchman.
Well, he's got himself to double figures, and this could end up being a very valuable day for Joost Luiten. It's been a frustrating season, and, well, with a few more birdies, he can turn it all around very quickly.
Tricky one back from Min Woo Lee. They tend to not worry about these. They start going past, they'll all know exactly the line and they'll just knock it straight in. Unfortunately, in a commentator, I sometimes put myself in the man putting the putt, which is totally the wrong thing to do.
Well, it's the final round. This BMW PGA Championship. The leaders getting closer to going out. Rory McIlroy amongst the group at 11 under par. Patrick Reed, a couple of holes from home.
Leaning right, he wants it to go right. There's a ditch down the left-hand side. He doesn't want to go in there. It's in the rough, it's not in the ditch, so it should be okay.
Great dogleg, right to left, par 4, 408 yards. If you can draw it, great, but normally he likes to play with a squeezer left to right, aiming down the left, work it back into the middle.
Perfect. Miles up there. He is right on top right now, Jon Rahm. He is ready. He's just gone birdie birdie. It's not come together for him all week. It could be now.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, Jon Rahm's probably got the shortest swing on tour, but probably one of the most powerful ones. Speaking of powerful, Min Woo Lee, exactly that. He was working the ball left to right quite aggressively, I would say, on the driving range. Maybe you don't want too much of it here on the dogleg right to left hole. 4 bunkers protecting the fairway.
Well, he's asking it to sit because he can hit it so far through the air. And how about that? Half the size, almost he looks like he's half the weight of Jon Rahm, and he's flown it 5-6 yards past him through the air. What a hit.
It's no good, he says. It's right. Need a decent break. No, he's well over the ditch. There's a bunker there. I'm not sure if he's reached it, but half decent lie, he'll get a shot from there.
Well, let's look at the projected rankings on the DP World Tour. So that's if things stopped right now. So Patrick Reed with a win would move to number 10. Rory McIlroy, who's in a share of 4th right now, would increase his lead at the top, although Victor Hovland would jump up, who's a shot better off. But a lot of golf to be played by many still in this final. I think you see Tyrrell Hatton would drop down to number 18, swapping places with Rafa Cabrera-Bello. Wilson continues to go on a fine trajectory, doesn't he, after his win. He's at 10 under par. He's had a couple of birdies and an eagle in his round so far. Soren Kjeldsen jumped right up to number 29 on the rankings. There's Thomas Dietrich. Remember, these players around this mark are jostling for position to try and make it to the final event of the season, the DP World Tour Championship at Jumeirah Golf Estates.
Excuse my ignorance, Richard. How many qualify for the Tour Championship and ends at 60?
I think it's top 50 now,
50.
Isn't it?
Thank you.
That's changed a couple of times.
That was always an aim for every player at the beginning. You get to the Tour Championship, you've had a great year.
I think it's safe to say Tyrrell Hatton will be there. Won by 4 shots when he won in 2020. One of 4 Rolex Series events that he has won.
I think that was the first time we saw a hoodie on the golf course from Tyrrell when he won.
That's right, yeah. Caused a fair deal of conversation, maybe a bit too much.
I just wanted to see some rain, see if he would actually put the hood up. I don't think he would. A perfect position here for, well, I'm sure about Hattons. He is in the right rough. He may have a great lie. Luiten just off the edge on the left. See him there looking. Not too much decision here, Jimmy. Is he just laying up or has he got a great lie?
Louten's got a lay up. Hatton's got a sneak, Sam. Louten's too thick and the angle's against him as well. If he had a good lie, it'd be a tough shot. But Hatton's gonna have a crack. He's got the fairway metal out in 218. But Luiten, no, he's gonna lay up short of the ditch. I think.
No, definitely, Jamie. There's
You never know, do you?
Iron in his hand. There's no more. He's aiming way right.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, as Jamie was saying with the line, no choice, but also he's done a lot of good work so far. He doesn't want to give anything away needlessly and can still get up and down for a birdie 4 from there.
He can get to the back of the ball here, and that's the main thing, out of the rough. So he's trying to chop one up here, keep the club face open, cut through the grass, aim left, and give it a smack.
It's a bit right, maybe bunker right. Now, if it's reached the bunker, that's a simple bunker shot. Good chance of holding it, actually. Almost guaranteed up and down.
98 yards to go, ball above Rahm's feet. Pin just cornered in that back left portion on its own. Bit of a bolt, and you've got a backstop as well to use.
He hates it, and see. It's okay. I know what he feels like there. That was a... Get it stiff. He wanted a bit of draw action on it, but he cut it, so it went further away from the hole.
Well, there you go. Tee shot of Woo Lee, 325 yards through the air, no run at all. So just a little wedge shot left.
Rahm just disappointed knowing that it was a great opportunity to hit that close. Woo Lee now, 97 yards to go. Hasn't been pitching great so far. Need to take it on.
Yeah, lovely control. He knew he had to land that past the hole from that range. He was always going to get plenty of spin. And what he's done is he's spun it back down under the hole and left himself, well, one of the easier putts on the green. Nice little bit of twizzling action going on there. There you go. Steep into the back of the ball. Sawn off follow through. That's just about exactly where he was aiming to pitch it.
80 yards, Jamie, maybe a bit more?
Yeah, 88, Sam. And if he pitches at 87, it will spin back off the green. Quite a slope up to this pin. So it's going to spin this one, you can't stop it. Off the wet grass, slightly into the breeze, so playing a little bit longer. He's got to pitch this 5 past, I'd say. 4 or 5 past, ideally, because he's going to get some zip.
And that takes out a field shot with this one, 85. It's 85, and that takes everything out, that. Don't worry what the wind's doing here. It's just off the left. Forget about it here.
Good advice from Marty. That'll be meters they're playing. Oh no.
Fatted it, Jamie. Just got it a little heavy there. Luiten. To Jon Rahm, Ancer. Can he get another one? 3 in a row.
I hope so. I almost spoke into my banana then rather than the microphone. Just having a quick snack. A little bit of right to left downhill as well for Jon Rahm.
It's not the length he would have wanted from where he hit it, but it's certainly a chance. He's uphill, he can be aggressive. He's just birdied the last 2, remember. He would love to keep it going here. Par 5 next, chance of an eagle. Behind, 8 to play. Come on, John. You got it. You got it. He has. It's 3 in a row for Rahm. He is coming. The Armada is coming.
You know,
you can see in his eyes. You saw it. I saw it 2 holes ago.
Yep, you're spot on.
He's got the belief. He's ready, and he wants it.
It doesn't take very much with players at this level, Sam, does it? And in his mind now, he's thinking, I can birdie every hole.
And 3 chances of eagles. 3 par 5s to come. Oh, this is nice, Richard, isn't it?
It takes you within 4 of leader Patrick Reed, who's coming down 18. Woo Lee to follow him in.
That was a much better pitch shot, wasn't it? Barely anything in this one.
Brilliant. Absolutely superb the way he played that hole, Woo Lee. A towering drive, a super wedge shot. And he still only had 2 pars on the scorecard, Woo Lee.
Nice little gift for that young lady over there. The birdie ball of Woo Lee.
Hatton's chipped up. Not his best. He's got about a 4-5 footer. But it's a tricky shot short of the screen, and Hatton's not going to have any of it with the pitching clubs. He's gone straight to the bread and butter.
He didn't make the bunker, Jamie.
No.
Oh.
Rolled back down to the flat, Sam, so he's putting it up this hill. Not a bad choice of club. Don't have to chip it.
He's making a mess of this from where he was. You don't have to chip it, but it helps if you can. And that's just the weakness in his game, unfortunately. Just 0 confidence around the green, Joe Luiten. And got a lot of work to do for his par 5 now on a hole where you really feel you've got to make 4. Back on the tee, Rahm.
Par 5.
You can see it in his eyes,
driver.
can't you? Looks like he means business. Trying to smoke one down there. Gettable par 5.
Went after that one.
The this gets the fairway, it will be one long way down. Look at that, Jon Rahm.
And that is just a fabulous tee shot from Jon Rahm. Position 8. Still a little bit of break in this one, Jamie.
Yeah, a little bit from the right. Mark, I've not got in there, but I think it's pretty obvious, isn't it? But
Jamie, when I asked you about the bunker, I actually meant Hatton. Sorry.
Yeah, no, they're both short.
I thought Hatton had got in the trap. Okay.
No, they're both short. I'd rather be in the bunker, I think, actually.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, the easier shot. Been such a great player, Luiten. Just that chipping aspect of his game, but knocks this one in for the par. Well, would you believe it?
Well,
the easiest holes on the course.
Yeah, but that's in a nutshell why he's 177th at the moment, and he's struggling because you're missing a piece of your armoury, aren't you, when you can't chip. And yeah, we know what a great ball striker is, great iron player, great attitude as well. It's just a huge thing to have missing, isn't it, Sam, when you've no confidence to pick a short iron out around the greens.
Correct. Straight up,
yeah, he's missed
Jamie.
a few greens. He's missed a few greens, Joost, but he's only chipped it once. So Hatton now, just that awkward range for him. A little bit of break for him as well. Must make birdie this one.
Yeah, must make, has made. He's kind of tiptoeing along, really. Tyrrell Hatton, he's doing nothing particularly wrong.
Yeah, worth pointing out, Joost Luiten has missed 2.5 months of the season. It was out of choice, a little bit of an injury, and then decided to sit things out. But he says he's got his career money in terms of if all went wrong and he didn't get into the top 120 or wherever he needs to be to keep his playing rights. You can see Mathieu Pavon has moved to 12 under par. He's just eagled the 12th hole, and Matt Fitzpatrick among the players making a decent fist of things in this final round.
I think that all-time money list, Rich, is that only usable once?
I think
it is only once. You can use the.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's either 1 or 2 years.
Yeah. So you don't want to give that away very quickly, do you? You want to save that.
Yeah.
Until it's really needed.
Well, he's at 9 under par at the moment now, to just outside the top 20 with that dropped shot.
Driver for Hatton here on this typical 13th. Heading back home now, last 6 holes, all the way to the clubhouse. And this is an absolute beauty, this hole. Dogleg right to left, bunker up the right to avoid.
Well blocked out down the left side. That's his ball. They knew that, just not happy with the shot. And it all depends how quickly he can get that up and over the trees.
Yep.
Yeah, it won't be easy from over there for Hatton. I would advise not swiping the tee markers with the driver through experience. It doesn't work.
What happened in the end?
Well, you end up with 15 clubs.
One of them in 2 pieces.
Correct. He's driven the ball well down. Needs another one here.
It's a little right. Maybe carry the trap. Probably needs a good lie in the rough. No, he's okay. Stay there. It's in the first cut. Won't get a preferred lie, but he's okay.
Par 5, 12th. Woo Lee. Maybe in a spot of bother out there. You would expect him to be blocked out at some point. How close to the trees? Ancer can probably tell us.
Yeah, 195 yards to go. It's going to require a bit of a specialist shot. I actually asked the gallery, do you reckon he'll go for it? Most of them said no. Well, actually, no. Most of them said yes, but they said they wouldn't get onto the green, and I totally agree. You need to keep it below the trees in front. So need to keep this low, and it's awkward because the carry is about 160 yards and it's 195 yards to the pin. So I would definitely back him in having a crack at this.
Just take one more step back that way, guys. Thank you.
Be difficult with the soft conditions, try and pitch it short, make it run up and see, but that's what he's got to do.
He's got to keep it low of these trees, make the carry of the burn, just 32 yards short of the green. It's all uphill from there, and the pin's right at the front. So if you go long, it's not a bad miss. You just want to keep this low and try and get it scarring if you can.
Quiet, please.
Second to 12 for Woo Lee.
Just watch your shadows, guys, on the left.
I've heard that all week. Watch your shadows. Drilled it straight at it. Get the upslope. Might even carry on the green this one. Oh, that was just magnificent shot. What a shot by Woo Lee. You would have bet a lot of money he couldn't do that from there.
Well, everyone Incy was saying in the crowd reckoned he couldn't get on the green. There you go. It's a different game sometimes.
That's why they're in the crowd.
Well, he had other ideas, didn't he? This is the shot of the day so far. I mean, it's just pure power to do that. And of course, the soft greens help. Ordinarily, that would have gone through the back, of course. But you take advantage of those conditions, you've still got to strike the shot. That was a stunning golf shot.
187 yards to go, 6-iron it is.
I think he's ready to ask for the pins to be attended. Stay there, stay there. Magnificent, 12 feet for eagle. Get up there and mark it quick, John. Another great shot from Rahm. He is hot.
You know, Sam, I was really looking forward to watching Woo Lee and Jon Rahm go out together today, and they're now just starting to go through the gears.
Birdie machines, yeah. That was gorgeous as well from Rahm. Loves to fade the ball. It's only 10 feet left of the pin.
Well, he's got a chance to go birdie, 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 eagle Jon Rahm, so it really is a charge at the moment.
Lee Westwood with a round of 65, so that's the clubhouse lead at 12 under par. There's Jon Rahm, an eagle from him here. He will be at 12 under with holes to play. That's where they are at 13, one down the left, one down the right. Just the 4 birdies here so far today.
Yeah, that surprised me, Richard. Actually flag on the front because Louten's got a good angle. The ball's sitting down a bit. It's a bit of a bare lie in the rough. He'd rather it's sitting on top of the grass. It's not. 160 yards. 148 at the front I've got. So you've got to get it up there for Louten. Don't think 9 reaches. He's got to hit 8-iron up this hill. It's a good 6 yards up from where he's playing. That makes it 166.
Yeah, that's a poor one. Half the club, maybe even a club out. This is payday. It's Sunday. There's no round tomorrow to make up for anything you do today. And in these situations, you've got to be aggressive. Jamie.
Well, 157, Sam, is going to be 9-iron, but he can't hook it enough. He just can't. He can get on the right edge just about with a bit of a draw. I don't think he can go over the trees. The angle's against him early on, so he's going to have to hit a hook here. Out of the semi. 157.
Blocked it. Short right, maybe. Don't know.
So, yeah, it's just on the right side there. He just said the grass behind it didn't make it turn at all. What does he mean by that?
It is the grass has got between club face and ball and not got the grab from the ridges in the iron club against the ball, so you don't get the spin.
There's Noel Horan in the crowd there. His arm around a young lady. Actually, I had a claim to fame there, but we'll go to Incy.
I don't think I can quite get over how good that second shot was for Min Woo Lee out the rough, punching it under the trees, landing it on the green, stopping it as well. Eagle putt. Overall, very little movement in this. Overall, it's downhill, more down than off the right, but it will curve a little bit.
Just ran on a little bit there for Min Woo Lee. You could hear him saying sit almost as soon as he hit it. He knew it was too firm and not on the right line to catch the hole.
Well, he eagled this hole yesterday in that wonderful round of 62. He's not been short of birdies on the card today either, but no eagle for him. But Jon Rahm has got his eye in right now. Sam asked on the last green whether he can make another. Well, same question again here at the 12th.
You like to think this is an important putt to make. Eagle. Back up the hill, off the left. Just want to see these go when you need to make it. Come on, Jon Rahm.
He's ready, Incy. He is ready. Just off the left side. This will not be short. Oh, Jon Rahm, Jon Rahm. I don't want to scream. I want to scream. That was just magnificent. Birdie, birdie, birdie.
Eagle.
Birdie eagle.
Yes, and now into a share of second place goes Jon Rahm.
I was asked at the beginning of the week my tips for the week, and I honestly told about a dozen people I would do a reverse forecast. Jon Rahm and Rory McIlroy. It wasn't looking good this morning, but I'll tell you what, it's getting better every second.
Patrick Reed and Lee Westwood playing together. Reed 63, Lee Westwood 65, 14 and 12 under par respectively. But Jon Rahm has just joined the group at -12. 3 birdies, an eagle at 12. He is going through the gears and on a Sunday charge around the West Course at Wentworth.
Yeah, I would have thought about 17 under might win here today. What do you think, Sam? 17 maybe play off.
Figure before we started. We watched Luiten, long putt for birdie at 13. Oh, yes, Luiten, oh, beauty. 10 under par. They don't come very often. And it's a wonderful surprise when they do. Have another look here. It's just the perfect speed. Left the pin in. Everything's good. And Luiten gets to 10 under.
Yeah, makes up a little for what happened at the last.
Big swing from the right for Hatton for his 3. Follow that.
It's a wonderful thing about these terms, that the great terms that they play in. I mean, the leaders haven't teed off yet, and we have players almost tied for the lead on the course. Just fantastic.
You find here, though, Sam, it's pretty much the same, isn't it, every single year? I mean, you've probably in yourself. I know I've been out in there, and you tee off, you know, well behind the leaders, and then you have that blistering run, and you think, oh, I'm about to change my life here.
Well, it's a dog leg right to left. You really want to try and hug the left corner if that's driver in hand. Take it on a bit, but you want to finish down the right. Pins tucked away down the left today.
A little bit, well, let's see. A little bit perfect.
But I think
not got them place it there better.
I was going to say, Sam, the way he's watching it now, he is totally invested and in believing that he can maybe put something out there that could end with glory at the end of the day.
That's the majority of the battle, isn't it? Having that belief that you can get the job done. If anyone's going to do that, it could be Jon Rahm. He looks pretty determined. You can see it in his eyes. Min Woo Lee, also big dog in hand. We know that he hits it as far as Jon Rahm. He's been pitching it around the same sort of distance and where Rahm's ball's been finishing. Of course, soft conditions. Dogleg right to left. Meets one right in the hole before. Can you hit the short stuff? I think he can.
Well, you know why the Woo's in his name now. Whew.
163 up the mountain, 8 iron for Luiten. Front pin. Must get it there.
Strike's good. It's at it. Oh, he just carried it too far, Jamie. Shame. He can't believe it. Might see a hole-in-one on that green today. That is the pin for a hole-in-one, front left. Wouldn't it be lovely if it was Jon Rahm? No favoritism, just a man who is red hot on the course.
Just a little bit of breeze now, Sam, just behind the players. As most as they've been. It's warm as well out here now. It's really gone up the temperature since we started. A good 10 degrees. It's a toasty day. Same club for Hatton, 8 iron. He's a bit further forward today with his front pin. Have to be up. If you're just short, you'll come about 25 yards back down to your feet.
Oh, he seemed to keep his eye on that one, and that's wide. Go on, that'll come back down a little bit nearer the hole. Go on. A good chance of the 2 there for Tyrrell Hatton.
It's almost like somebody just turned the lights on. Everyone's getting it together and they're all playing great.
Yeah, what a run from Jon Rahm. 5 under par for his last 4 holes. Taking him into a share of 2nd place. Mathieu Pavon also putting together a fine run. He's also eagled that 12th hole. Couple of pars since then for the Frenchman. And players heading out. The likes of Guido Migliozzi. Good start. Birdie at 1, birdie at 4. One of those that'll be thinking, could be my day. Migliozzi's had a quiet 2022, really. Finished just outside the top 10 at the US Open. And Billy Horschel got it going a little bit early on, but a frontward half of 34 means it's very likely he won't be defending that title now. I think the 6 at 18 yesterday evening just proved to hurt him after that wonderful eagle he made at 17. Adam Scott 4 under par for his round. And Eddie Pepperell in the group at 9 under. Now, how far down are these tee shots? Look at that. No one has gone further than Min Woo Lee. 336 yards off the tee. Reminds me of the tee shot he hit down at the 3rd that left him just a wedge in there.
Well remembered.
I got there in the end. The brain was ticking over. You could hear it.
Yeah, at the...
That's a driver 7 iron for you, isn't it, Richard?
Yeah, to get to his drive.
just don't know what type of nine.
Perfect spot here, NC, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. A slightly hanging lie, I would say. 147 yards to go. Kind of in the middle left portion of the green. If there's any sort of breeze, I can feel it. It's a little bit down.
Be aggressive, right? Yeah, oh yeah, right on it. Anything, if it's anything left, I'm still kicking down in the hole. Yeah.
The last words from the caddy were, be aggressive. I don't think he'd had to tell Jon Rahm to be aggressive.
I think John said it's a 9-iron here.
I promise you it's all over it. The distance is right. What a shot again from Rahm. What another shot from Rahm. Now to get to 13.
Feeling it now. There's Jon Rahm.
Oh, what a beauty that was. Min Woo Lee absolutely smoked this off the tee. With this pin position, overall there's very little contours. You'd have thought you have to take this on. It's green light. 125 yards should be the perfect gap wedge, no more than that.
What a drive, NC.
Absolutely massive, Sam. It's effortless swing as well, isn't it? It's that rhythm, it's powerful, but it looks effortless. Very jealous.
You're not alone, me too.
Doesn't like that one. Bad ones are quite good, actually. This is a fast putt here down the slope at the 14th for Luiten. Quite lightly, just got to get it to the top here. Pick up speed. Well, I thought it'd be a bit quicker than that. It's a great putt.
Well, grandstand's packed already behind the 14th. I'm watching Tyrrell Hatton, as is Jamie.
Yeah, quick one, Rich. Down the hill, favour the left side. Just should turn a little bit. Depends how hard you hit it. It will go.
I never used to like the tutting, did you? When you missed a putt, that's like Skippy.
Or when you three putt and you tap it and they start clapping music off the green. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
But they only mean well.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful part of British golf, European golf, is the support we get. Best supporters in the world in Britain. Very knowledgeable. Now come on, back to Rahm. Where is he?
There he is, Sam, and not far from the hole. Under 10 feet. It'll be Lee to go first.
He admits it's been a tough year for him. I mean, it's not all been bad, but you know, I think expectations were high, particularly after winning the Genesis Scottish Open last year. Came through that playoff against Thomas Dietrich, who we know is up there again, and Matt Fitzpatrick.
Oh, I'll tell you what, it really is warming up out here today. The sun is coming out. I've got my jumper off. I'm still sweating. I had a bit of a dodgy neck. I had some heat patches. Maybe that didn't help.
It was that last gin and tonic.
Right, birdie putt for Min Woo Lee. The green is a bit back to front, so it leaves you with an uphill putt. Should come off the right. No way this is coming up short. Gotta have a crack at it.
He's 2 behind Rahm. I think that's got to be his aim. Just try and finish front of Jon Rahm, who's playing with. Good chance here. He has it. He has it. He has it. Min Woo Lee gets a birdie. He gets the 11 under.
When he won that Scottish Open, he shot 65, 64 over the weekend. His last 2 rounds here this weekend could be even better than that.
Driver for Luiten at the tight 15th hole. It's, well, probably down the right half, that one. Oh, right half to middle.
I just love how Min Woo Lee plays the game. Grinds out all the way towards the end. Jon Rahm to go. I'm seeing this as a bit of a creeper. It's downhill. It's got to move a little bit off the left too.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, he's got it. 6 under the last 5 holes. Jon Rahm goes to 13 under. Oh boy.
Well, it really is game on now. What a run of golf this has been from the 27-year-olds from Spain. Look at this. This got it going. Birdie at 4. Birdie at 9.
Yes, adding 2 under, par 3 10th to 12 feet, and it goes.
And Sam, I suppose it takes one to know one, but you saw the glint in his eye at this point.
You can see he's ready. I promise you, he is so ready. This is for birdie on 11. Straight in. Everyone's dead centre. I think he touched the hole in 7 out of 8 putts in his back 9 yesterday, not one of them going in. Well, they're going in now.
And the hard thing must be here, Boxy, for, you know, you stay calm in this moment because suddenly the possibilities are really big.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a post to score. This was at the 12th, his second shot to set up a chance of an eagle here. I mean, I've never been in Rahm's position because he's obviously much better player than I was, but you just want to keep going and going and going and get as many under as you can. This was from 13 feet and straight in for an eagle.
Perfect drive at the next perfect second and the perfect putt.
So 4 birdies and an eagle in the last 5 holes.
And Incy, this is the most accessible pin on the green.
You said it, yeah. You've got to think this is hole-in-one territory. 163 yards to go and a bit of a bowl. You've got a backstop once again to use. If there's any sort of breeze, it is downwind, uphill. I like to see this pitching beyond the flag. Spin it back, but not too much. Huge false front waiting.
Well, he likes this as well, yeah.
He definitely likes it. Oh no, not as much as we liked it. Just, you cannot come up short. He hasn't holed a long one though.
Well, tell you what, Sam, the wind's just absolutely picked up, just out of nowhere. In that tee box, you've got a clump of trees behind, probably sheltering the players too, but I'm standing by the green, the flag's moving, my baby hairs are going, the breeze is definitely there.
Well, you remember Min Woo Lee's made 3 birdies in a row. It just feels pretty ordinary given what Jon Rahm is doing alongside him. He's actually had 8 birdies in these 13 holes that he's played.
I just wonder if Min Woo Lee's going to club down to a 9-iron with the wind just picking up a little bit. Just pitch it beyond this pin, have a bit of spin, whiz it back. Like quite an easy swing that. That's coming up way short.
Yeah, I think he caught that heavy there. It sounded a bit sort of clumpy, that one.
I mean, the putt that Jon Rahm's left himself, it's one that you just be happy really generally to make 2 putts from. So maybe the little charge could end here from Rahm, but he's 1 back now.
You know, the strange thing is, Rich, when you're on a run like that and you're rolling a few in, do not be surprised if he holds it. I know it's a tall order, but it's one of those things that happens. A couple of good tee shots down here on this 15th, Jamie.
Yeah, brilliant tee shots, aren't there, on this difficult 15th hole. First job done, second job, hit the green, flag tucked on the right hand side. 195 for Yost, 6 iron. Not a big one, it's a good club I think for this shot.
Difficult pin to get to that, Jamie, isn't it? That back right one.
Yeah, it's not a bad place where he's put that, below the hole, pin high. Hatton staring up at the clouds again, looking for intervention. Inspiration from the clouds. It's typical Wentworth here. So last hole felt down breeze, now it feels as sort of gusting into you a little bit, what there is.
Jamie, you'd remember it yourself. Sometimes you can see the flags going left to right. You throw the grass up, it goes into you, and the clouds are going right to left.
Oh yeah, we've all been there. Anyone that's played this great event. 171.
You got another 4 behind, 75, 175 back edge. If that's if you're directly over it. I don't feel, not really feeling 10 of help.
Well, he's asking Dan what's the back. That tells me it's 7 iron. We can't get there with 8.
Good down a touch on it.
Well, it looks like an 8 from here.
What is in?
This is tricky. He's right in between clubs. I think he'd like to smash an 8, but I don't think that's getting there. 171. Even though it's downhill a little bit, breezes into him.
You are so shit.
Beg your pardon for that. Apologies. Not happy with that one, Tyrrell Hatton.
So bad.
You know, we should pick up. I mean, they're unlikely to make birdies here, but they've only had 1 par between them. All the rest birdies and eagles since the 8th.
6 foot or so left for Min Woo Lee to save his par. It's a lot steeper than it looks on TV, that slope down the 14th.
So in C, the putt coming up for Jon Rahm, it looks like it does a lot.
It does, and you got the grandstand just beyond this green. If it goes in, we'll definitely hear it. Putting from the top tier down to the bottom, about that halfway point is where that slope goes down. Should break off the right towards the end. Slippery putt, to say the least.
They are 8 under par between them, this pair, on the back 9 alone. They've only played 4 holes, coming to the 14th. 12 under for the day between them in total.
Well, Yost Loudon putt from me was about 10 feet further right than where Rahm was. And it swung from right to left, obviously, but it wasn't as quick as I thought it was going to be. As I was saying, Rich, when you're on these sort of runs, all of a sudden you can knock it here and then, in.
Yeah, things happen.
Yeah.
Things are happening for Jon Rahm, for sure. This would be a big bonus.
Not bad. Now got to put in a blistering finish down these last 4 holes.
Yeah, he's 13 under. I think he'll be looking at 17 under as a mark, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's got a birdie every hole. But, you know, you've got 17 and 18 that aren't eagle chances. You could always throw an eagle in there if you get your drive away properly.
Yeah, particularly 18.
It's all happening, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's going to be a great Sunday. Already is. Difficult hole 15, difficult pin to get close to. You want to take it on, but in the back of your mind, if you miss it right, you're in trouble. So both players down the left-hand side and putting uphill, pretty slow putt as well, especially for Hatton, and there's a bit of left to right for Tyrrell as well. He's close, Hatton, to his game. It's not quite, but it's not far away either. The putter needs to work as well. It doesn't really hold much.
Yeah, he's getting irritated. Here's Tyrrell Hatton.
Be tough to console him when he's going round with the caddy. It's a tough job for the caddy, and it's a big job.
Par putt down the slope for Lee. Came up short. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Woo Lee now in a tie for 8th place, having been 136th after day one.
Well, he held one of these on 13, same length really. For Luiten. Pretty straight up the hill this one, and maybe a fraction off the left. I don't see much, to be honest with you. It's just, can you get it there? It's slow on this, up the hill, always has been.
Nearly did it again. That's how Jon Rahm has played. 9 birdie, 10 birdie, 11 birdie, 12 eagle, 13 birdie. Just a par at 14.
Intimidating tee shot. You definitely need to hug the left-hand side. With the burn going all the way down the right. Opens up the next shot well. Come on, left corner.
Absolutely nailed it, didn't he? Miles down the middle. Just miles down, my goodness me.
Position A there, down the left side, as he was referencing.
The past 2 days, the tees have been moved further forwards by at least 40 yards or so. Tee box now has been moved back to its original position, hence the driver, not the 3-wood. Looking to do similar sort of stuff. Oh, hates it.
Well, he held out from the fairway here yesterday. Not going to make the fairway today.
That was a strange one, Richard. I thought it might have been 3-wood down there. I don't know if they hit driver. I missed it.
Well, as Incy was saying, that he's been pushed forward the last couple of days. It's back there today now, so they feel like they've got to hit driver. Unfortunately, that isn't going to improve Tyrrell Hatton's mood. Now, you worry what might happen next. Oh, seething. Well, Jon Rahm not the only one moving up the leaderboard here as well. Mathieu Pavon has picked up another birdie. His has come at that 15th hole, so he's moved within 1 shot of the lead. And Oliver Wilson, after the win in Himmerland last weekend, has just gone birdie at 11 and 12, and he's only 2 off the lead. You know, when you have 48 players within 6 of the lead going into the final round, you have this possibility someone could do something special like Jon Rahm's doing, Wilson's doing as well, Mathieu Pavon too.
But none of these guys were in the top 48. They're starting from outside. We've still got those to come.
16th tee. Slouten to go first, back in there in the trees. A couple of bunkers up the right, just an iron. Over the years, I've seen quite a few players hit driver off this tee. I haven't seen anybody hit driver this week so far. Makes the second shot much easier, especially with the back pin.
But the distance they hit their iron shots now, Jamie, I mean, it's 3 iron, 9 iron. I mean, we all know how easy a 9 iron shot was.
Wouldn't surprise me if Tyrrell gets the driver out. What's he got? No, he's got an iron. He's not that angry. Torrance had hit driver here all day long, I know that.
And then a 3-wood. No, I was not. Yeah, you're right. I did.
I'm right. I am right. Come on.
Sorry.
I think we're all square now, Sam. You and I, 3 to play. Hatton with the iron.
Yeah, but I think the point is, Jamie, that Sam would hit the driver, but only to the same position as where these irons are finishing.
Only if I flushed it. Both perfect. Just short irons in. Shame for Hatton on 15, 3-putt bogey. Doesn't help anyone.
Oh, he's moving swiftly on, is Sluiten. Springing his step. Nice to see him playing a little bit better. We've talked about the break he's had from the game of golf and come back a little bit fresher.
Yeah, just worth pointing out, we're looking at the first page of the leaderboard there. Francesco Molinari, one of those that started within touching distance of the lead. Playing with Rory McIlroy, he's opened up with a couple of pars. Molinari bogeyed the first hole, so he's back to 9 under now.
So there you go, 3-3-1. Jon Rahm, virtually nothing left into this 15th, 166 yards. It's birdie time again for him. Min Woo Lee down the right-hand side there will have a little bit of overhanging branches in his way. Bit of a tree problem, oh, even more of a tree problem. That's a chop out sideways, unfortunately. Been a strange day for Min Woo Lee, hasn't it?
Well, he's got to get this over the ditch here. You see, he's got to make sure of this one, hasn't he? He's got to make contact with this chip shot because it won't just run out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a back-footed shot on a relatively steep down slope as well. You need to carry that ditch about 15 yards in front. Oh, that was close. Heart and mouth.
Incy, did he hit driver off the tee? Min Woo Lee, I missed it.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Min Woo just leaked it way right. It is Min Woo to go next. I wonder if Rahm would offer to go first. Let's see. It's like a tennis game. My head's going left and right, left and right. Who's going to go next? Looks like it's Min Woo. Just shy of 190 yards or so. 188 to be exact. Pins in that middle right portion, tucked away, perfect for a fade. You've got the bunker just short. Maybe he's trying to start on the left edge of it, work it back in. Should be the perfect 7-iron, to be honest. Not really much breeze, can't feel anything. It really has been a mixed bag day, some good, some bad. It's been a bit of a contrast. Yesterday was just special, shooting 62.
165 should be a pretty good shot though, shouldn't it? Yeah? Yeah? Alright. Okay.
Not straight down, down at the right.
Okay.
Looks like the wind's picking up just a little bit. When he threw the grass up, it was blowing down.
Yeah, caddy just confirmed down and off the right.
third shot for Min Woo Lee. Maybe his chance is gone. It's a long way to go, but not for him. He's having a great day, but poor one here. But not for this man, Incy. Not for this man.
Looks like he's swinging with confidence. 166 yards to go. You said it earlier. It looks like a great birdie chance.
My first thought was it was kind of more of a stock record, just a little less, because I thought that's what you hit on 10. But I think you go 3/4 stock in it, because I just don't think.
A little bit in between clubs there, between a 9 and an 8. Sounds like they're clubbing up to the 8 and swinging that 3/4.
Tough pin. Back right, you've got to get this right. Can't miss it right, but you've got to stay aggressive. But what he's achieved today, he's got to keep it going. Trying to cut it into it. Just hung it left. It's kind of okay. It's a poor one. He should be going dead aim, I think. Pars are not going to win it.
Right-hand flag at 16, 25 yards on. Yeah, and that's just about perfect flag high for Tyrrell Hatton.
Well, a sharp contrast to the weather we had on Thursday when heavens open on and off. Now it's t-shirts and shorts.
Now Luiten, 3 birdies to finish would be hugely valuable for him. The season he's had. Always given himself a great chance at 16. Exactly right. What you said there, Sam, you know, the tear that Rahm's been on, the way he's played this back 9 so far, I was surprised to see that so far away. I thought he had to take dead aim. He knows he's got a birdie every hole. It's been a lot of fun to watch him turn his day around, which he's done absolutely brilliantly from the 9th. It was kind of a slow start, just 1 under through 8, and then all of a sudden, birdie at 9, birdie at 10, birdie at 11, eagle at 12, birdie at 13, and well, it's been enthralling golf from him. And it just needed the putter to warm up, that's all it's been all week. He's played great golf tee to green.
We'll be back back at the action at 15 in a moment. Let's pop back up to 16. Hatton.
2 good shots, Rich, in here. Not an easy pin to get to. They both found it. Hatton down the hill. Bit of right to left. He's undercooked these in terms of line. He's underread them.
Well, apologies again. Not a happy Hatton.
Lengthy putt to go. A little bit uphill all the way. Should break off the left as well. Disappointing hole, really. I mean, it was a very wayward tee shot. Had to take the medicine, lay up. Looked like he just turned the toe over of his approach shot. Now from the back portion, putting back to the middle. Looking to snug this close. If it goes in, absolute bonus. Getting away with murder if it goes in.
You're not easy also when you've had a lot of fast putts during the day and then all of a sudden you get one straight up the hill. Not easy to get it to the hole. Travelling right at it, super try. Really lovely putt from where he was.
But that tee shot is going to cost him a fourth bogey of the round to Luiten.
Oh, that's so frustrating. That wasn't his stroke, that's just a misread. He just didn't see that turn at the hole side. That's a nasty little flag position there at 16.
There's a little mound just behind Rahm's ball. Might nudge it to the left to start, but given the speed in the initial third of that putt, might be relatively straight. Overall, should break left to right. Bit uphill too.
Well, tall ask for Jon Rahm. It's a tall, tall ask for him to hold this. If he does, you'll hear the roars and egg him. Well, he's not hit it. Jon.
Well, everyone now is underway for this final round. Our featured pair coming close to home, 17.
610 yards of fun ahead of them here. I think he likes it. Yeah, Luiten. Driven the ball really well today. Another one.
He's got lovely rhythm, Jamie, hasn't he?
Yeah, full swing back and through, Sam. There's no stopping, is there?
Yeah, he returned after this little sabbatical in Prague. He made the cut there. Same in Switzerland, finished pretty well, and things improving here at Wentworth too. So still not enough events for him to get himself the right side of the line as far as keeping his full playing rights are concerned.
Hatton, same conundrum. You love to be a big draw and use the camber and sling it down there. Easier said than done with the OB down the left, staring at you on this tee.
It doesn't kick out like Rory.
He said he wanted it to kick out like Rory's did, but I don't think it did. He's referring yesterday, I don't know if you saw that, Sam, yesterday, Rory McIlroy at 17 went into the trees. He got spat out.
No, I didn't
Yeah,
see that.
made birdie.
Oh, wow.
He said it saved him probably 3 shots.
Well, this is huge for Rahm. This is par 15. Is that the end of Rahm's chance? That's a very disappointing bogey. After the drive he hit, he could have thrown it on the green. What a shame. There's nobody feeling more disappointed than he is.
Yeah, well, you can't blame the putter there. As you say, Sam, the second shot was less than average, really. So it's a bogey for both players at 15. Yeah, it's a tricky par 4, but that's, well, certainly Min Lee's chance of posting a really great total gone, and well, Rahm still has a chance of a strong finish, but I don't think it's going to be good enough.
Another name popping up there, Guido Migliozzi has just birdied 6 and 7. So he's within 2 of the lead now. Par at the first from Victor Hovland, his co-overnight leader though. Søren Kjeldsen's bogeyed that opening hole. So there he is alongside Thomas Dietrich now. 3 pars to start with for Rory McIlroy. That's solid enough. David Horsey, who's playing with Mathieu Pavon, both putting at each other along nicely there. Rasmus Højgaard, he's 2 under through 7 holes, but both his birdies have come at the par 3s. 3 pars as well for Matthew Jordan, and Shane Lowry also level par through those opening 3 holes.
Well, this is 16. It's a gentle dogleg right to left, 383 yards. Got 2 bunkers on the right-hand side, and for most of the players, it's been an iron from the tee. Used to be a bunker down there on the left-hand side, but that was filled in a few years ago. And then that flag today, well, look at it. It's over that bunker in the back right corner of the green. It's a tricky little flag position, and it's also tricky to read around the hole as well. He's taking a few deep breaths. Incy Jon Rahm, disappointed to make the bogey at the last.
Yeah, it's a short par 4. Fairway camber's a little bit right to left, and like you said, Mark, you do have those 2 bunkers waiting for you on the right as well. You really have options off the tee, what you want to hit. Ideal, I would say, is 260. Never see anyone hitting a driver here. No need to overpower it. Looked like a bit of a miss-hit, that.
Yeah, he's still on the last green. He's still on 15. He's still raging. He's so angry.
Well, Min Woo Lee is known for his stinger. I wonder if we're going to see that drive where he keeps it low, works it right to left. He's more than capable of doing it. He's famous for it. Stinger iron.
Yeah, it just feels like the air's come out of the balloon after that 15th hole, both making bogey. It was a fine run, fine effort. It's great to see these top class golfers at the top of their game, the way we've seen Min Woo Lee and Jon Rahm over this final round.
I promise you, he will be over it by the time he gets to the second shot here, and he could still finish 3-3-3. That last hole will be long gone.
Well, this is his 4th shot. Tyrrell Hatton, just a layup, thick lie. Needs work on the driver, Hatton. Tidy up his game.
Yeah, unfortunately, pretty flat atmosphere in the Tyrrell Hatton camp. Not so for Luiten. Brilliant tee shot, and all systems go.
Yeah, he can reach 289. About 268 the front. So just a case of whether you fancy trying to chase one or carry it. They can see the TV camera tower. At the back of the green, the flag is to the left of that. 10 yards to the left. 3 wood.
You saw the feet hit shoulder line, all just right of the TV tower. Needs a big draw from right to left to get it down to the front edge.
Yeah,
that one's...
Go on, Mark, you're going to say?
I'm going to say it's down the right side. It didn't draw enough, Richard, did it?
Not enough for Luiten, but good 3 days nonetheless for the Dutchman. All stepping stones, isn't it? Looking at the projected rankings on the DP World Tour. If things stop right now, which is suggesting Patrick Reed's going to win at a 14 under par finished, you can't really see that happening. Nonetheless, it would take him into the top 10 of the rankings. Rory McIlroy, who's, as things stand at the moment, tied for 10th. He's parred the first 3 holes, coming to that par 5 4th hole, which is playing as a par 4 pretty much today, if the scoring is to be believed. He still would be top of the pile.
Don't know if you said it, but Shane Lowry's just eagled 4 to get on to 12.
159 yards to go from the heart of the fairway. Ball fractionally above his feet as well. Pin tucked away in that back right corner. Grandstand beyond this pin, looking to aim at the staircase. Little fade, that would be the shot.
Now can he make amends for the bogey at the last hole? Go straight at it. Got a little ridge between himself and the hole there. So up and over the ridge. Not an easy putt, that one.
Not the prettiest of lies for Min Woo Lee. It's not super bad. It's sat down a smidgen. It's relatively wet underfoot as well, quite muddy. You can see where the ball's plugged just right at the ball. And between Min Woo Lee and the pin, there's not much room to work with. I'm going to have to trap this one. See, no more than a 9-iron, to be honest. Just wonder if he's looking to take dead aim, if not a couple yards left. Breeze is picking up a little bit, should be down.
I was about to say there, you know, just being in the semi-rough there is a chance of getting a bit of a flyer, and that's not the place.
Fifth shot, 121, Hatton with a wedge.
It was nearly par of the week.
Nice little bit of tidying up as well from Tyrrell. That's how things stand at the moment. I can tell you though that Rory McIlroy has a 7-foot putt coming out for eagle at the 4th. That would make a little bit of a difference to that leaderboard if he then popped that in. Mathieu Pavon coming down the last. A birdie would match Patrick Reed in the clubhouse. It's going to be another impressive finish in a Rolex Series event for Jon Rahm. Outside of the majors, if you look at the DP World Tour events he's played in, he's actually won 7 I should say, sorry I said 9. 7 of his 16 starts, which is an incredible strike rate, isn't it, really?
Well, he still won't have given up hope, Jon Rahm, of making this putt for birdie at 16, and it's possible to finish eagle-eagle. It's been done before.
Yeah, Adrian Meronk finished birdie eagle. He's just off that page at 9 under.
Call for referee.
So there's the maiden, the mist, and right now nobody has actually holed from where Jon Rahm is.
Definitely haven't holed from where Min Woo Lee is. You got the flyer over the back right, down beside the tree. I don't know, there it is. Horrid spot. He won't get relief. Well, he might get relief from his backswing. Don't know what direction he's going in. Yes, he will. And there's a drop zone there. Well, the drop zone will be for the grandstand. I don't know if where he is part of the grandstand. He may just get 2 club lengths away. But we'll find out. We'll let you know.
17th green, and Joost Luiten, good chip from the rough to here to the back of the green. Bit unlucky actually, just released on him. So he's got about 10-12 feet for his 4. Hatton contemplating the world. Just needs to drive the ball better, Hatton, I think. Just make the rest of the game a lot easier. You can't drive the ball poorly round Wentworth. That one's driven it brilliantly. Lots of points and prizes up for grabs here. Been birdie the last 2 for Joost Luiten. Should be a top 10 if he can do it. This is just right edge. Just a bit of break.
Go on. Oh, it's weak. Slightly back up the hill. It can fool the players a little bit. But that's two really good opportunities at 16 and 17 squandered for the Dutchman when, boy, does he need them.
Here we go then, Jon Rahm looking to bounce back. Yes, there you go. Okay, game back on maybe within one. He's not the only one who's just got to 13 under though, because you can see just below him is Rory McIlroy, who has eagled the 4th.
What a run this has been from Jon Rahm from the 9th. Yes, the bogey at 15, strikes straight back, and there's the fist pump. And what is he thinking now as he boards 17? I'll tell you, he's thinking birdie 17, eagle 18. That's in his mind.
I think eagle. That's in his mind. And the good thing about the delay here is the 17th tee is not a tee shot you want to be waiting on. So all this little deliberations and rules from NG Lee. Min Woo Lee, sorry, and he may not have to wait on the 17th tee.
It's an interesting drop there, Sam. I listened to what you said though. I thought that was the drop zone for the stand, and I thought he was actually by the 17th tee. I thought they were the hoardings for the 17th tee, but they've obviously decided that's the drop zone for both.
I just spoke to the referee that's helped out, and it's a temporary immovable obstruction, hence being able to take the drop in the drop zone. Couldn't quite see how that ball's lying. If he's dropped it yet?
I'm guessing it's a lot better than it was, because it was really muddy where the ball had finished in the first spot.
Wasn't pretty now, chipping up to an elevated green. Looks like quite a short practice stroke. I would have thought he'd open up the club face, fly it up in the air, pitch it all the way. That's the play I'm seeing. Of course, it depends how the ball's sitting.
He's definitely
playing for a bump and run.
It's never a good thing when you try and hit it into the bank and miss the bank. Shame. That was a really, I don't know, it seems, honestly, it looked like it was lying pretty good, and I think Ancer was right, just a wee flop shot, but he tried something different, Mark.
Yeah, I really can't believe what I've just seen, because we're looking at a guy that's got every shot short game wise. He can play the flop shot easily, he got grass under the ball, he tried to bump it, and as you say, Sam, now he's looking at 3 putting from there for sure.
Yeah, driver for Luiten. A couple of buggies just tearing across the fairway in front. He's ready to go. He's driven it great. Perfect for him, really. Wind picking up. There's a good club now out here, and it's in off the left, which is even better for him. So how much of the corner is he going to cut? Those bunkers should not be in play with this club. He's aiming way right at those. Get this one away. You've only got a mid-iron in your hand for the second here on 18.
It's the fraction left, wants it to stop before it reaches the bunker. Well, he's far enough back. I mean, if there's 5 wood in the bag, you can get to the green from there, but it's a dangerous one. But it's the 72nd hole. Decision time. Actually, it's the 54th hole, sorry, but it is the last hole of the event.
Driver for Tyrrell Hatton. Suits a fader. It's about the only hole on this golf course where you really want to hit a cut. The rest of the holes really tempt you to draw it. Looks like he's aiming more down the middle of the fairway here. Hatton trying to just fade it off the left-hand side.
Well, as Jamie's been saying, he has not driven it well today. This may well be his best of the day. Yeah, that's a splendid tee shot. Could not place it better.
Oh, Min Woo Lee here. This is a par putt. Long par putt. travelling. He's setting down a little bit. Not too very good from where he was, but that's for bogey.
It's been that sort of day, hasn't it? I mean, pars have been hard to come by. A lot of birdies out there, but he's only had 3 pars on the card. Woo Lee.
Yeah, it seems to be the nature of his golf at the moment. He's got to cut out the mistakes. I mean, that's obvious to say, but when he does that, then he's going to be winning some more golf tournaments very soon. But at the moment, he's throwing money away like confetti.
And the good news is he's got the 17th to come next. He's only hit 15 shots there so far this week in 2 rounds. It is a bogey, yeah, 2 out of bounds on day 1 to make a 9, and then he hit his second into the trees on round 2 yesterday for a 6. Confirmation that Rory McIlroy has moved within 1 as we go to the 17th tee.
Dogleg right to left, fairway slopes left to right, difficult target to hit.
Running right, needs to come down very quickly, catch a bit of the fairway. That's a long way back, John. He's cut that up a little bit. Needs to really hook his second shot from there. It's on the fairway. He'll get a preferred lie.
Well, Mark Rowe told me this morning that he made 9 and 6 yesterday, cumulative score of 15 on the 17th from Woo Lee. So this hole is not in the good books in the memory bank, especially when you hit a big left to right with the driver. Normally it opens up. I'd imagine anything down that right rough would be a popular spot. I'm not saying it's the ideal spot though.
Wow. But he's not gone left this time, Sam, at least.
That was a banana slice, wasn't it? I don't think I've seen a flight like that with a driver. That's been miles right.
Yeah, the top tracer even lost trace of it, didn't it?
Never a good sign. Well, what we can assure is it's going to be some finish. Look at that. Pavon 7 under today. Jon Rahm 7 under for the day. Rory's off with an eagle. Ollie Wilson following up what he did in Veerman with some fine golf at Wentworth. Grant Forrest, the Hero Open last year, flying the flag for Scotland. Shane Lowry, another off to a good start. He eagled that 4th as well. Guido Migliozzi putting together a fine front 9. Victor Hovland, as he was overnight. Soren Kjeldsen, early stages of his round, bogey in the 1st.
Look at the 18th final hole, 54th hole of this week. 523 yards. Dogleg left to right, par 5. Loudon finding the bunker, and it's just a layup, I would presume, Jamie.
Yeah, layup. Great lie, but just a 9-iron. Could hit an 8, but no need. Just must find the fairway the other side of the ditch.
David Horsey and Mathieu Pavon stood up on the green. Horsey's finished with a round of 67, 11 under par, so that's a big round for the Englishman, given his rankings at the moment on the DP World Tour. Jon Rahm, realistically, a birdie is on the cards here if he can put together a good second shot, and then 18 very much in reach. Birdie eagle finish would take him to 16 under. Been such an entertaining round, Sam. This is where it really, there was a spark.
It's just started to be a wonderful second into 9. Tap in birdie.
Yeah, out in 33, 2 under. Good tee shot at the par 3, 10th, playing 171 yards today. And the bottom of the hole, back-to-back birdies.
wants to continue. It's for birdie on 11. A little longer, but same result. Straight in. They were starting to look round the course.
And the 12th, the par 5, eyeing this one up and down. Second shot on its way. And that, Sam, would set up an excellent chance of an eagle.
Great chance. Just a little off the left. It's for eagle. Straight in the middle. Birdie, 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 eagle. The tough 13th to come up. Well, Richard?
Yeah, hit a 9-iron in second shot. A little bit of left to right. Right in the middle, never touched the sides. Starting to hold his fair share now, where yesterday he missed a lot, didn't he? Just grazed the hole.
3-putt bogey at 15, but here at 16. The immediate bounce back ability. Birdie for Rahm, 2 to play. 2 par 5s, and he's on the fairway at 17. He probably needs 3-3, but he's certainly capable of it.
Yeah, that 3-putt at 15. I'm not sure how costly it will be, but living in the present now, it feels like it's just maybe taking it a little bit beyond him. We shall see. The wind is picking up now, though.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, looking at his shirt, looking at those trees in the background there. It's the strongest it's been all week. You've got to get a poster score. He's got to finish birdie, really.
Quiet, please, guys.
Well, the main thing he must do is get ahead of Reed.
Yeah.
He's got to be clubhouse leader to set target, obviously.
231 to the pin here. 23 on, 3. Ooh, 3 from left. That's gone left. Hopefully left of the water. Oh, left of the water. That's nearly gone on 2. It's not far off where you live, Sam.
It's getting there, look. Right on the roof.
By the way, it's a par finish for Mathieu Pavon, so he's actually in the clubhouse at 13 under.
Well, this was pretty much the most perfect tee shot. Looks like 2-iron in hand. Just got to watch out for the overhanging trees. I reckon Jon Rahm's trying to play a draw. He has to. The whole fairway slopes left to right, looking to chase this one.
How far has he got to move this into from right to left?
I reckon a good 20 yards to say the least, Boxy. That's to allow for the breeze, the slope on the fairways, and the shape of the hole.
Hooking, it's right, it's down the rough on the right. Let's hope it's just in the rough and not the trees. It's definitely not hooked. It'll go over there near those boards. We shall see. We'll let you know.
Third shot now into this 18th for Luiten.
Just try and pitch it a little right of the flag and spin it down to the hole if you can. Quite far enough. Nasty pin that tucked away on that left side.
But good to see Joost Luiten back. It's been interesting watching today. It's the first time I really got to see him since took those 2.5 months out, and his game doesn't look too far off. McIlroy followed that eagle at 4 with a par at 5. Well, that's where the 4 Rolex Series victories have come for Jon Rahm. A couple in Ireland and a couple in Dubai, which looks like is where he's heading. Remember, I said he was outside the top 60 of the DP World Tour rankings at the start of the day. Well, this finish, we won't guarantee him. It depends where he finishes at the end of the day, but it's hard to see him now not making the top 50 by the finish he's putting on here. He will play as well in his home country in Madrid for the Spanish Open as well.
Yeah, on the projection, if he stayed where he is now, if everything stopped right now, Jon Rahm, he'd be up to 18th in the DP World Tour rankings, so that would be quite a large leap from 67th.
Well, Min Woo Lee missed 3 way right on 12th, 15th and this hole, 17th. Laid up to this spot. Wasn't pretty though. It's going to be a struggle to muscle one out. This has to release. Yeah, great effort.
Well, if he can make par here, he'll be just like so happy, won't he, given what's happened in his previous 2 rounds. He's had a quad and a bogey. He's got 2 putts for a par.
Yeah, whatever happens though, he's certainly hacked his way down this hole for 3 rounds for sure. It's not, you know, it's a good birdie chance, this one, really.
Did you have a hole like that in your career? Was there a place you just thought, oh, I got to go back there again and play that hole?
I went.
Of course.
Of course, I can't.
All of us
There's
do.
so many of them. There's a few.
Tried to block them out.
Oh, I tell you the one I didn't like. Well, I didn't like the final hole where we used to play the Lancome at St Nomla British.
Par 3.
Oh, that was. I used to play it as a par 4.
Wonderful hole.
Oh, isn't it?
Thomas Dietrich with 3 pars to open up with. He's actually just parred the par 5 4th as well. There's Joost Luiten, 10 under par. Matt Fitzpatrick also on that mark. Still got a few holes of the back 9 to come.
Sam, thinking back to that Lancome Trophy, do you remember that starter? Always used to read your scores out from every round on every hole. Do you remember? And if you're off early, there was a lot of W bogey. There was a lot of that being thrown in.
Well, he went through the card.
Went through the card.
Do you remember the chap was in charge of the range? He was a real hard man, very unfair to the caddies. He came back next 1 year and he was gone. He won the lot, won 250 million in the lottery.
He didn't.
Hatton's been on the roof. He's had a drop. Playing 3.
Shot, Tyrrell.
Very good.
We can see what he was trying to do with that second shot. It just did not draw. Stayed out to the right. Now next shot, third one. Chipping up to a bit of elevation, most likely to strike more grass than ball, so this should release as soon as it hits the dance floor.
Slow down. Oh, I can't believe it's going to come up short. What a shot this is from Jon Rahm. What a shot from Jon Rahm. Magnificent.
It really is. Knows he has to make birdie and he produces a touch like that.
Yeah, because it was actually sitting down. That's why it got the run on it, but it's quite a nasty little slope there. Brilliantly judged.
A little bit weak from Luiten at the last. That's for birdie. That was for birdie. Well, it's good to have him back. He'll be a little bit disappointed with today.
This is how Min Woo Lee and Jon Rahm have played this hole. Rahm in the white, Min Woo Lee in the green.
Still a bit more work to do for Min Woo Lee. Putting from that front portion down the tier onto the back. Should creep off the left.
Stay at 3 under par, a birdie down the last. We'll see his final round in 68. And where is he right now? He's lying 30th. He'd have taken that after 76 on day 1.
Birdie putt for Hatton, just off the left from the turn. Too much. Oh, disappointing finish for Hatton. Level par around the 72, but 5-4-6-5 finish. I think that putter's gone.
Now Rahm at the 17th for his birdie is to join the lead.
Very good four. Takes him to 14 under and into a share of that lead.
Stand still, please, guys.
There he is alongside Patrick Reed. Pavon finishing at 13 under.
Par putt for Luiten. Well done. Finishes 10 under par for his 3 rounds. And right now that's in a tie for 20th.
Now, come on, Min Woo. Getting better every day there. He's celebrating a par, look at that. A rare par in this round from the Australian.
2 ways to play 18. 3 wood straight at the bunker's left and leave a slightly longer shot in, but Jon Rahm loves to cut the ball. I would imagine he would hit driver and try and cut it right round the corner. Get it down there, 322 to get to the edge of the ditch. And it's only a 5 or a 6 iron in from there. He needs 3. He's tied for the lead, but he knows he needs at least a 3 to have any chance of winning. That will get him to 16 under. It's an easy pin back left. That is the. See how the arrows pointing down towards the pin. It all feeds in from the right to the flags. You get a good drive on the fairway, give you a chance. Look back at the tee. Come down across the road through the trees out onto the 18th tee. Here they come. No waiting, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, it'll be wrong to go first.
Three wood or driver, Boxy?
I think probably for him 3 wood. I would have thought at that right-hand bunker and just try and give it a little bit of left to right. I mean, looking at the way he's been hitting the ball, when you see the top trade left to right is his sort of favoured shot, isn't it?
You're right, Boxy.
Hit it any way you want.
It looks like it's getting firm. If you hit that downslope.
Correct. Yep. No.
I'm with you, Boxy. I think it's got to be a 3 wood. I think with driver you can run out. You've got the ditch at 325 yards, but given the tee's been moved forwards by 7, it's slightly downwind. I think you're taking too much on that. So 3 wood in hand makes the fairway and the target a little bit bigger, aiming, like you said, Sam, at that far bunker with a little bit of left to right movement.
I would play the wind mainly right to left, okay? Slight bit of hurt.
With this pin tucked away as well, giving yourself a best chance of eagle. You have to be in the short stuff. We all know the most important shot in golf is the next one. So first things first, get it on the fairway.
Yeah, beauty there. Yeah. How do I swing it?
Thank you.
He likes that one. Caddy Adam Hayes likes that one as well. That is absolutely A1. It's even got down on the flat. Perfect. Couldn't be better.
Definitely wasn't driver, Richard.
No.
Well, I definitely think that Wentworth, the West Course anyway, suits a drawer of the golf ball. Min Woo Lee likes to work the ball left to right, but this is one of a couple holes that does shape left to right, so should suit his eye. I'm looking to follow Rahm's lead. That was a perfect example.
Sit down.
Oh! I think that's going over those bunkers. It is. Tyrrell Hatton was down. Actually, Tyrrell Hatton was it yesterday? Was up against the trees, wasn't he?
He's okay there. Yeah. Get a good 6 iron at that. 7 iron. Just leave himself 100 yards.
We can see the way things are shaping up here right now. Jon Rahm in great position. Rory McIlroy, well, you'd say he's in a pretty decent position as well. Just one shot behind. They're all lining up behind the co-leaders right now. Interesting, Victor Hovland went out of bounds at the par 5 fourth hole, but he managed to make eagle with his second ball, so walks off with a par and remains at 12 under. That's a huge par in the end for him.
I'm actually trying to think where the out of bounds is.
Down the left-hand side.
Is it way left in the trees?
Yeah.
That's a long way left.
Yeah.
Long way left.
Yeah, but still managed to make a 3 with the second ball. Oliver Wilson slips back to 11 under par. No progress yet made by Thomas Dietrich.
I mean, if Rahm does make a 3 down the last, I'm not saying he's going to, but 16 under. If the others don't roll the putts in, Sam, it's as simple as that. They won't get past him. You know, at the end of the day, you've got to roll them in.
16 under would be a good target, but I mean, you think of what Alex Noren did. You know, he started 7 shots back, but I think he finished like 2 hours before the final group finished. This would be over 3 hours before the final group finish.
I think even with an eagle, I think it probably won't be good enough, but it'll make people think.
Yeah, he needs the eagle to get to 18.
Well, that's where Jon Rahm has finished. As I think it was Sam or Rich, I can't remember which one of you said position A1. It certainly is.
Yeah, well, I think he's got down onto the flat, Rahm, which makes it even better. As Sam says, anything right at that flag with a little bit of right to left, you draw it back to the flag.
Very carefully removing some debris.
It hasn't been a great display off the tee, I must admit, for Min Woo Lee. Couple misses way out to the right. Double crossed himself on this dogleg left to right to the left. Big arse, I don't think there's any chance he's going for this green in 2. 270 yards to go. And it's 250 yards or just shy of it to cover the front. So you've got to be laying up to your favourite yardage that you can back yourself to try and make that up and down birdie. Make it as stress-free as possible. This game's stressful enough at times.
Well, you're going to get it just past that, so you'd have roughly 90.
Used to be a worse layup, Sam, and they used to have that bunker down the left-hand side as well. That was horrible trying to avoid that. So if you got in that, it was iffy getting over the water, wasn't it?
Part, because on that left side, it gives you more room as well. What's the wind? Should be into that. Yeah. Wind to right for that. I want to hit down on this just because I'm live. 9's fine. Yeah.
It's the 9 iron.
You'll see where the walkway is on the green. The walkway. And then you'll see the BMW sign right there. One coming down on BMW sign.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Just right of the roller kit.
Exactly.
Well, he has the line, he has the club. He just has to execute it now, put himself in a position to try and make a birdie.
Yeah,
Only just, that's just on the fairway. Now the man, Richard Boxall, what do you think? 6 iron to 2 feet?
Yeah, what do you think? To 6 iron or 5 iron from there, 220? Big 6 iron, isn't it? I think it's a 5 iron probably. Incy, what do you reckon?
Well, it's 220 yards back pin. I was pretty confident it'd be a 4 iron. Wind's just picked up and it's straight into as well. Playing long. Got the confirmation from Addy Hayes. Addy Hayes? That's a new name. Adam Hayes, excuse me. Couple yards right of the pin. If it draws, it's a bonus. Green slopes that way, right to left as well.
Likes it, Richard. It's right at it. Is the distance good?
Oh,
what a shot! What a shot from Jon Rahm. Well, there's 2 putts to take a lead and 1 to have a 2-shot lead. Wonderful golf shot.
Sure. There was no steering there, was there? That was just proper release. Have another look at this. Whack. You only need to look at the body language, don't you? You knew it was a good shot. What a chance that is. Good job. Be very fast putt down that slope.
Well, he's very aware of the Spanish history here at Wentworth. Miguel Angel Jimenez, Jose Maria Olazabal, Severiano Ballesteros, former winners of the BMW PGA Championship. An eagle, well, will it suffice? Will it keep him hanging around here for a few more hours at least? It would set the target at 16 under par, and it would be by a long way his lowest round on the DP World Tour this year. 67's the low mark so far.
Let you know, Hovland just made 2 at the 5th to get himself to 12 under. The lost ball out of bounds on the hole prior, and still made par.
Shane Lowry as well has made a birdie, as you can see, has popped up onto that page there at 30 and ended. Let's hear the applause here for Jon Rahm.
If he finished birdie eagle, that just shows what the class of the bloke. It's quite remarkable, isn't it? Really, he knows he's got to do it, and he's pretty much going to finish with 3 birdies for sure.
Yeah. Yes. 116. What should the wind be? Not this, right? Not this, right? Not as strong into it as this, but I mean it is.
What is it, 116? Look at this line. I don't know where to put it. I don't know if I want to put it here. Yeah, but I don't know if it's not going to reach. It's not reaching though. Not that far, but close.
That's the grassiest part of the line.
Right there?
Yeah. So 160, I've got it playing 22 to 25 because you've got 7 past it. 7 normal numbers takes you to 123 anyway.
What's it to the back edge?
23.
I mean, it can't be a 50, can it?
No.
123 without the wind, yeah?
That's without the wind.
Yeah. It's nearly like a 130 shot, isn't it?
Correct.
That's
And you
about
think the wind's
123
right
yards.
right now?
Playing
It's
yardage
heading
is
out
at
the right.
least, I would say, 130. Right in between clubs here. I think the gap wedge would just spin too much. You've got the burn just short. Have to pitch this beyond the flag, spin it a little bit, but you don't want too much of it. I think just a cruisy pitching wedge should be the shot with the breeze into off the right. Just taking his time.
130 normal.
Okay, alright. Commit to that, yeah?
Exactly.
Sit down. Sit the fuck.
That bunker, but they got that wrong between them.
Great reception for the Spanish superstar.
Well, his record around Wentworth's proving to be pretty decent. He'd only played here once before, and that was in 2019 when he was runner-up to Danny Willett. He has 2 putts for the outright lead, albeit there is a lot of golf to be played in the groupings behind him. I mean, look at the names on that board that are still on the front 9. Lowry, McIlroy, Hovland.
They're just 1 shot behind, but if this putt goes in, 3 shots behind means they need 4 birdies. I know it's most people are doing it, but it's payday, and when it's up there on the board, but you're talking the best in the world with McIlroy and Hovland, Lowry, they probably won't even know. Just get on with their job.
Another name's just joined the group at 13 under par. That's Rafa Cabrera-Bello. Started the round with a bogey, but eagled 4 and has just birdied 6. It's going to be a brilliant afternoon. I mean, we've enjoyed the feature group and coverage, and you know, it's been great that we've been able to watch someone who's made that charge through the field the way that Jon Rahm has today. It was always going to be an uphill task, even starting 6 off the lead at the start of the day, to really give yourself a chance, given the amount of players between him and the top. But he's shown some class, and it's been entertaining as well for Woo Lee. Full shot now.
It's a sweet lie. I would back Woo Lee to make the up and down from here. Slight uphill slope, looking to carry it all the way. Spin it quick.
And under par, tied 30th at the moment. He wants to roll that one in, otherwise he'll drop 10 spots if he misses that one.
Well, it's worth noting the time, because it's just about 3:45 in the afternoon. I don't know what time the last pairs will be heading down to this 18th, but it's going to be at least a few hours away. This for an eagle, and to set the clubhouse target at 16 under par.
I must admit, it's been an absolute honour to be following Jon Rahm today. What a performance it's been. Fight to the very end, and hopefully this is the last part. Downhill, slippery off the right. Putting back towards the hospitality. Plenty of eyeballs on this one.
Wouldn't you know it? What a round. Catch me if you can. Jon Rahm has set the clubhouse target at 16 under par, 7 birdies, 2 eagles, 62. World class.
Magnificent. Unbelievable. And home in 29 on a par of 37. That is fairly impressive.
And can I just say, when he birdied the 9th, Sam Torrance said, come on, John, back in 29. And that's exactly what he shot. 29 shots. Brilliant. Even with a bogey at 15 as well when he 3-putted.
Just electric stuff, isn't it? Just electric. I think he was going to make it. He knew. He knew it was making it. What a day for Jon Rahm. What a day's golf. This is when he knows now.
And, you know, let's concentrate on Woo Lee here finishing off. Unfortunately, it's a bogey finish. He's going to be back at 8 under par. But, I mean, the players out on the course that have heard the roar, they'll see a leaderboard, they'll see Jon Rahm. I mean, that'll pose a few questions.
Certainly will. He's asked the question now. I mean, I can't remember. I don't think, Sam, I don't think I've ever seen a 29 on this back nine. 8 under, have you?
Yeah, no, well, I can't remember, but I've seen one now.
Well, we saw every shot, and 29 fabulous shots, really. I mean, disappointment at 15 with the 3-putt, but from the 9th hole all the way through to that closing putt there from Jon Rahm, absolutely sensational. He was at 8 under par heading to the 9th. He's finished at 16 under.
Well, one thing's for sure, the correct feature group was picked, Richard, wasn't it? That is for sure.
Well done, the producers. Yes. Yeah. Sam, an absolute pleasure being with you all week. And listen, we'll see what happens. Shane Lowry's picked up another birdie and he's within 2, but Jon Rahm couldn't do much more, could he?
No, he couldn't have given us more. That was magnificent. A delight to be here to see it and watch it live. And now I'm going home to watch the rest of it live. Thanks, Dickie. Been a wonderful week.
Yeah,
you
thanks
too, Boxy.
Yeah, no, I've enjoyed it. It's been good fun. And who knows, Jon Rahm might actually just get his 5th Rolex win.
Yeah, no one's ever done that before. That's the end of our feature group coverage for this year at the BMW PGA Championship.